right, Wendy? You right, Wendy? Councillors, your attention please. I'll declare the meeting open. Can I just at the very outset tell you that there's some new procedures today. There'll be about a 45-second delay between the end of one particular subject as we move to the next because of recording that Wendy is doing, as well as doing the minuting. So it will take about 45 seconds for her to move to the next subject. So that's simply to allow a bookmark on the video, allowing the public to click onto the item of interest. Councillors, your attention please. I'll declare the meeting open. Can I just at the very outset tell you that there's some new procedures today. There'll be about a 45-second delay between the end of one particular subject as we move to the next because of recording that Wendy is doing. Right, councillors, welcome to the ordinary meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank those who are in the room with us today, all my colleagues, the staff that we have here, and those who are here to watch the meeting. Can I also acknowledge those watching on via Council's social media channels? Councillors, just a couple of things. You will recall at last Tuesday's meeting we had a minute's silence in memory of the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. Today we will not be doing that, but I will be letting you know that as of the Friday, the very day that Queen Elizabeth passed, I began to talk to Canon Paul Mitchell from St Luke's Church in Toowoomba, and there will be a service at 9:30 this coming Thursday, to which you are invited, to which I'm hoping that there'll be seating available, and that service will be commemorating the service to the world of Queen Elizabeth II. So I'm hoping that we can be part of that service and enjoy that very much indeed, remembering that great lady. Can I begin today by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, whose song lines traverse these lands, the Western Waka Waka, the Guybil, the Jarrawa and the Bigabal peoples, and can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Wendy, keep going. Obviously there are no apologies today. Anybody wishing to apply for leave of absence? Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I asked my colleagues, I asked to be granted leave of absence from the committee meeting on the 12th of October, committee meetings on the 12th of October, as I am attending the Institute of Public Works Engineering Australasia Queensland annual conference in Brisbane from the 11th to the 13th of October.
Would someone like to move that Councillor Carol Taylor be granted leave? Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? That's carried.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have another as well. I'm asked to be granted leave of absence from any special meetings of Council that may be scheduled during the week 31st of October 2022 due to my attendance at the Australian Local Government Association 2022 National Local Roads and Transport Congress in Hobart in that week. Thank you.
Would someone like to move that? Councillor Tim McMahon. Councillor McDonald has seconded that. Those in favour? It's carried. You've been granted leave of absence in both
Thank you, Mr.
cases.
Mayor.
Anybody else wishing to seek leave of absence? Councillor Nancy Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to seek leave of absence from the 17th to any meetings that may be on between the 17th and 19th of October to attend the LGAQ conference there.
Just Brian, your advice, please. I'll certainly, we'll all be fair few of us going up to that one. Is there any need for us to? The local government conference in Cairns.
I think we're going to change the date of the actual meeting, so you won't need to.
Yeah, no, the statutory meeting is deferred, but I just thought with the workshops or anything, no, don't have to, thank you.
Should be right.
Councillor McMahon, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I would like to apply for a leave of absence for the two special meetings that are gazetted at this stage for Wednesday the 28th of September and Wednesday the 5th of September. Those are special meetings in our diary, and I'd request a leave of absence for both of those. Sorry, 28th of September and 5th of October. What did I say?
Okay, do I have a mover? Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillor Melissa Taylor, did you indicate you're right? Anybody else wishing to seek leave of absence? Thank you. Well, we'll move on now to declarations of interest. First of all, item 6, Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Von Hoff.
Item number 8, reception and consideration of committee reports. Item number 8.1, planning and development committee reports. Item number 6, confidential development services, planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, August 2022. Declaration of declarable conflict of interest. I requested that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 6, confidential development services, planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, August 2022, regarding MCUI 2021-1085, material change of use, impact food and drink outlet located 117 to 119 Ruthven Street and 1 Jones Street, Harlexton, at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of 13th of September 2022. The relevant circumstances have changed, and I will participate in the decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. And Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mayor. I requested that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 6, confidential development services, planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, August 2022, regarding MCUI 2021-1085, material change of use, impact food and drink outlet located at 117 to 119 Ruthven Street and 1 Jones Street, Harlexton, at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of 13th of September 2022, and of Council's decision that I may participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter. Thanks.
Thank you. Move then to item 5 in infrastructure services. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Morning, Mayor, councillors. I requested that be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 13th of September 2022. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll participate in the decision about the matter at the meeting, including voting on the matter.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Melissa Taylor, in respect to item 5, infrastructure services.
I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 13th of September 2022. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you. Move then to Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. I requested that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 13th of September 22. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shine. In respect to Environment and Community Services, I refer to item 3. The Chair has requested that the Chair requested that it be minuted that I have declared a declarable interest in relation to item number 3, row 29, attachment 1, applicant the Pittsworth Leagues Club Incorporated, and the Environment and Community Committee meeting on the 14th of September 2022. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is being voted on. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. I also have a request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, row 29 of attachment 1, applicant Pittsworth Leagues Club Incorporated, at the Environment Community Committee meeting on the 14th of September 2022. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you. Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I requested that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 3, row 32 of attachment 1, applicant Ability Enterprises Limited, at the Environment Community Committee meeting of the 14th of September 2022. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Move to item 7, Councillor Melissa Taylor.
I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because close associates, my sister and brother-in-law, own the Darren Lang Swimming Academy, DLSA. I propose to leave and stay away from the meeting where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I move then to item 17.1, Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. At the meeting on the 8th of February 22, the Infrastructure Committee meeting, it was minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, confidential Russell Street Streetscape Refresh project, selection of public artwork concepts. As this item is a continuation of that project, and as the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, confidential Russell Street Streetscape Refresh Project, selection of public art concepts, at the Infrastructure Committee on the 8th of February 2022. As this item is a continuation of that project, and as the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
I requested that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, confidential Russell Street Streetscape Refresh Project, selection of public artwork concepts, at the Infrastructure Committee of 8th of February 2022. As this item is a continuation of that project and as the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you very much. Well, that concludes the declaration of interest. Councillors, we'll wait. Councillor Carl.
Yeah, pardon, Chair. I just prompted something. I want to test this with councillors. Councillor Melissa Taylor, in her item with the swimming strategy, item 5, was it? I'm just looking, item 7.
Yep.
I want to raise it with councillors now. Whatever you think, it has come to my attention very recently that in fact my wife is engaged by Darren Lang Swimming Centre to do some social media marketing. So I'm just wanting to test whether council thinks that I have a conflict in relation to that matter or not. So,
Councillor, it's over to you. I think there needs to be a degree of consistency around some of these things, so Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Carl, is this just a recent engagement?
well, that's what
far
I'm
as you
saying.
know.
It's come to my attention recently. I mean, it's pretty. I don't know who my wife engages with immediately, but very, very recently, over this week, I'd realised, and it's prompted me as she raised it, that my wife is actually engaged by the swimming centre. I just wanted to raise it, given that it's a swimming strategy. It's probably a strategic document, and it's applicable across the whole of facilities. But I just wanted to test that, just to make sure, whatever councillors thought.
Yeah, I have a personal view that you're right. This is a strategy. This isn't a decision about Darren Lang Swimming Academy. It's just mentioned as one of the potential users, perhaps at a site or their own site. So I really don't see that there is any reason for you to even declare, to be honest, but that's up to you, and you've done that, and it can be recorded. But I see no reason why you can't stay in the room and vote.
So maybe that it's noted.
Councillor Summerfield, you indicated you wish to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the sentiments of Councillor McDonald, but just for clarity for all of, because you raise this from time to time, Councillor Bill, so just for clarity for us, are you a director or a partner in her business?
Yes. Well, yep.
Okay, so probably for future ones, you probably need to declare that, just so that we all are aware. But apart from that, I'm comfortable with the sentiment of Councillor McDonald. Thank you.
Yeah, and look, just to cover off, she's on my related parties register, and the entity is on my register of interests anyway. So they're all there.
If you're a director of that organisation, do you feel that you've got some responsibility there to?
Well, that's why I'm declaring, or raising it, but given it's a strategy and it's not benefiting an individual thing, I'm in the hands of councillors, I don't. Yeah.
Council, in your hands, someone wishing to make a move in respect to this, move a motion, Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that Councillor Carl stays in the room, because we're talking about a strategic document around the aquatic strategy more broadly, and the declaration is really declarable conflict that can be managed if or when a decision around that particular entity of which is the councillor as a director may be held. And if there's a discussion that takes place where the councillor feels though it's more than that, during the discussions today, I'm sure the councillor will declare and make that known.
Councillor McDonald has moved that Councillor Carl can stay in the room. Is there a seconder, Councillor?
No, I've got a question, if I could.
Yes.
As CEO, Brian, would you like to comment? Are we just seeking some guidance from you, really? Thank you.
I don't have any issues with the proposed decision that council's proposing to make. I just think Councillor Carl needs to be aware that as a director of that company, he has a direct interest. It's not because of his wife, it's because you are a director and you are related. So it would be in your interest to know who those persons are that they're dealing with, because potentially as a director, it could be argued that you should reasonably know who those persons are. So it'd be in your own interest in future to know who those persons are, so you don't get caught up in an inadvertent conflict that you haven't declared in the future. So but I don't think that affects the decision today at all.
Yeah, and that's why I raised it. It's come to my attention. I've raised it, and just Councillor Melissa's declaration prompted me, so that's why I've raised it now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carl. Councillor McDonald has moved. I seek a seconder. Councillor Summerfield has seconded that. Anyone wishing to ask any further questions briefly? If not, those in favour of Councillor Carl? Those against? Okay, we'll move on now.
Sorry, Mayor, one more.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Mayor and colleagues, after consultation with the CEO, item 10.2 in the group reports for August 2022 in the Water and Waste Services Group, under passive assets, the Water Infrastructure Services subhead on page 35 of board books, I want to raise with council that my residential street is listed in that report, and should discussion shift from the general to the specific, I feel that I would be conflicted, and for my own protection, I would wish to remove myself from the room. But if the conversations stay general, I'm raising that with the council, that that's the case.
And that judgment will be made as we move into the discussion.
If there are specific questions that relate to that aspect of the report, I will declare that conflict and leave the room. If the conversation stays general about the report and that section, I don't feel that I will be conflicted.
Thank you. Any other comments around the room in respect to that? It's been brought up by Councillor Von Hoff. Okay. Anything else to come out in terms of conflicts? Wendy, we'll take that. I'll seek your right to go. Councillors, we move then to item 3, which is a confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 16th of August 2022, at which you were all present. Would someone like to move those? That be Councillor McDonald has moved. The seconder, please. Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? That is carried. Move to business arising. Move to item 4, which is business arising from the minutes of the previous meeting. Anybody wishing to bring any matters up that were included in that meeting? If not, Wendy, I seek your advice when you're ready. Good. We move to item 5, which is the presentation of petitions. I understand, Councillor O'Shea, that you have a petition that draws to the attention of council not to remove any old buildings and other items at the John Derry Woolshed. Councillor O'Shea.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a petition. So the petition is from Mr. Douglas Dowell. So it draws to the attention of council not to remove any old buildings and all other items from the John Derry Woolshed. The petition asks council to leave all old buildings and all other items at the John Derry Woolshed. Additionally, we want the John Derry Woolshed to open before Christmas 22. If there are any safety issues with any of the buildings, surely they can be fenced off. So that's the wording of the petition, which I have, and with a number of signatures, which I'm happy to.
Thank you very much. As you bring that down, would you like to move the receipt of that petition? Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Any comments? Those in favour? That's carried. Move to item 6, which is, oh, you're right, Wendy? Yep, right, we're going. Move to item 6, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. I think you would have received some indication yesterday that there are 2 matters that I wish to bring forward. The first one is the renaming of what is now referred to as Tabletop. Can I have that motion up, please? As you are aware, and I'm happy to move this motion, as you are aware, Tabletop, what is now referred to as Tabletop, in recognition of its early history, I think it's appropriate that we respect the cultural significance there of the mountain. And have we got the motion? Yeah, but that's the motion. There was more than that I put in.
There's 2 documents. Read all that.
Yep. Right. Renaming of what is now referred to as Tabletop in recognition of the early history and the cultural significance of the mountain to Indigenous people, and recommendations and the process of renaming the site, and for working cooperatively with the Lockyer Valley Regional Council, to achieve a name acceptable to all stakeholders. The idea is to put this forward in terms of to consult in respect to it with the Indigenous community and other communities about renaming it. I think a fair bit of work has been done originally by the Toowoomba Chronicle, where they got a fairly good result to some polling in respect to it, and I think it's a recognition of the importance of the history of that particular site. Councillor Megan. You're quite happy to second it. Any comments around the room? Just a moment. Councillor Summerfield had a hand up first. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I haven't seen this before, but I do recognise that you can.
I just butt in and say it was sent out yesterday afternoon.
No.
Well, I was told by my staff it was.
That's fine. That's fine. You don't have to give notice. So I guess really, Tabletop is in the Lockyer Council LGA, is it?
Well, my understanding is that both parties are involved. I haven't got a map of the boundary
It's
here
in
with
both.
me.
Thank you. Okay, that was my question. Thank
Yep.
you.
And can I say that I've had some preliminary discussions with Mayor Milligan, and she's happy to run a similar process to what we're running here.
Okay, what is the process? Do we know?
Well, I have asked that a report come to council in October. In discussions that I've had with Brian and GM of Environment and Community Services, they've asked me to give them a little more time to get the whole process going properly with both these resolutions I brought forward. And so I think I'm quite happy that a report come back to council in November for the November meeting, at which they would spell out the process that's involved and the will of either council to do that, and bring it to council and just make sure that we have the opportunity with all the facts to make a decision.
Okay, so that'll include whether, who actually makes the final decision, whether it's state or federal government, or whether we as a local government can actually make that decision.
Yeah,
So we'll understand that in the report. Thank you.
I would imagine, Councillor Summerfield, there would be a process that would involve most likely the state government, possibly some reference to the federal government, but certainly reference and support from both the local authorities. Councillor Carol Taylor, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, I don't have a question. I have a comment. It's not debate, but I personally support this. I think the process probably would be something like that. We would make a recommendation, and I think it would be the state or someone that would come down. But my only concern or comment, I suppose, is that we should make an effort to consult with our community over this. I mean, the wider community, a little bit of an education blurb or something else, and then I don't believe we can rely on a Chronicle survey. Very small percentage of the community, and only those who subscribe are able to comment there. So I just would like to see some sort of a campaign to educate our community around this. Personally, and a comment was made yesterday that I think says it all really, the fact that tabletop is not a name, it's actually a description of the shape of the monolith or the mountain or whatever whatever we want to call it. But I just think in due respect to everybody, and I know that's a long-term name, and I'm absolutely sure our community will support this, but I do think that we need to have some sort of a campaign to maybe some paid advertising or something like that in conjunction with the Indigenous people around that, and then go forward from there. I think it probably doesn't have to be, in my view, a poll. It's just a familiarisation and education around that. At the moment, it's known as the shape of the hill, which really isn't, and it's a little bit rude when there was a name for it, and it hasn't got a real name now. So I personally support it, but I just think we should have a little bit more to the process. And I thank you for bringing it forward, because I think it's most important for our community.
Yep.
And I know they'll be on board, but I just would like to see some sort of a campaign around that. Thank you.
Look, my reference to the polling in the Toowoomba Chronicle was simply, it was the only thing that I had heard, and any assumptions that were being made from that was that there was a very strong degree of support to recognise the cultural history of that particular spot. And used the wrong advice there. I apologise, but the
No,
fact is that that was the only thing that's ever been done in
Yeah,
terms of...
Sorry, Mr Mayor, if I might just have a follow-up on that. It's not a criticism of you at all, and it does indicate that there's great support out there, and I'm sure there will be. I just think that we need to, not hold it up much, but just put out the story of it, and how, I'm positive the community will be right on board with us. Thank you.
Yes, I think the story that is there is a story of enormous history and a whole range of things. Councillor McMahon, did you wish to say a few words?
Chair, thanks. Look, my comments were similar to Councillor Carroll's. I use caution using a chronicle poll, but certainly this is a report and I welcome it. I suppose I would like to see in the report the views of the broader Toowoomba region. Why was it called Tabletop? Is there a group of people who are part of that naming that might like to be consulted here? But other than that, I'm happy to see the report in October. Were my only concerns. Thanks, Chair.
I think, Councillor, if you look at the second item there, recommendations on the process of renaming, I would think that opens the door for the investigation of all that sort of thing. Now, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, the seconder.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. My question is sort of much the same sort of thing as Councillor Carroll-Taylor's brought up about it's not a renaming, it's changing it back to its original name, and the fact that there's no mention of Meerwar in there, in your... I mean, I don't know whether, whether
in the notes that I provided, that Meerwar was certainly mentioned, as was Multugra, but I think that's a bit broad. But I think that's something that will come forward. Meerwar is an obvious outcome because of its historically, for thousands of years, been named Meerwar. So I would imagine it would be almost a red-hot favourite when it comes to a new name. Any other comments around the room? If not, Councillor Shine.
Just to make it clear, this is a process that we're going through, not selection of a name or suggestion.
Yep. And, okay, well, my comment might have been a bit ahead of schedule, but having been named as Meerwar for some thousands of years would probably give Meerwar a fair start. Look, anyone else wishing to make a comment? Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. I definitely think that we should go through a thorough process, and I think I agree with Councillor Carroll-Taylor that as part of that report that we clearly articulate in that report, and I'm not telling the officers how to do the report, that would be inappropriate, but as part of a complete process that we understand a significant part of Queensland history, shared history with Indigenous people, and that there is a clear understanding of that. And I do think that if there is a genuine move to share equitably and consider Indigenous cultural heritage, we need to move down this track, and we need to go through this process. And part of that process is educating the broader community about the very significance of this as a shared history and the right thing to do to recognise people and people groups equitably and rightfully, because it was named for many, many centuries. And we heard Uncle Wayne Fossey at the Remembrance Service for Multugra talk about the meaning of Meerwar and why it was so significant. So yeah, I think I applaud this, and I think it's very fitting for us to go down this road and acknowledge our First Nations people in the community.
Listen, before I put the motion, I'll close the debate there, but can I just simply say that the process needs to be as long as it takes in terms of coming back with an answer to make sure we get it. I'll close the debate. Those in favour? It's carried without dissent. Second motion that I plan to bring forward is that a report be provided to the November ordinary meeting of Toowoomba Regional Council on the options for an appropriate monument in Queen's Park to recognise and celebrate the reign of Queen Elizabeth II, her contributions to the Commonwealth, and for the extraordinary example she set for humanity during her 70-year reign. Is there a seconder? Councillor McDonald. Anyone wishing to comment on that? Councillor McMahon.
Chair, thanks. I hadn't seen this either, so I'm just reading through it. Are you the report, are you set on it being Queen's Park? Or would you be open to looking at options? And
Well,
know
I
there's
think,
some talk around
if-
coronation, other things like that.
I'd imagine I have enough faith in our senior staff. If they come back with an alternate option, I think that's worthy of consideration. But I think Queen's Park is probably one of the most preeminent spots that we have. I know there's Coronation Park, I know all about that, but I think Queen's Park, and now of course it's Queen in that is named after Queen Victoria, I understand. And I think it's such a prominent spot. There's no doubt that Coronation Park is being well used, and I clearly understand that because I drive past it every time I drive to my real home. But now, to be quite honest, I think Queen's Park is such a preeminent space, and it's got such beautiful history in this community, it's worthy of consideration in the first instance. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much for bringing this forward, because I think our community will be very, very supportive of this. I'm very aware also that Queen's Park was named after Queen Victoria, but it's Queen's Park. And I think it's the absolute spot that we should be thinking about having something. It is the premier park we have. There's plenty of room in that park, and I'm sure Queen Victoria wouldn't mind sharing it with Queen Elizabeth, who has actually been the longest serving monarch ever. And I think her life of dedication, service and selflessness needs to be marked by something. And I personally believe that Queen's Park is the place that we should have something. And in any case, I'd look forward to the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. My only thought is, would we also include in that report around costings and potential to seek external funding?
Absolutely.
If that could be included, please.
Well, I'm sorry, but I've just understood that will be part of the response.
It doesn't actually
Costings,
say that, so-
potential external funding, which, of course, in the circumstances, goodness knows, it may well come out in the not too distant future, and during this current emotional climate there is around the loss of Queen Elizabeth II.
Yeah, I think the federal government
But
will do something, but that's
I have-
something we need to grasp.
I have appropriate faith in our staff to throw that on the table as well. I think they'll do.
It's not mentioned. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to make a comment? Look, I think in view of my discussions with our senior staff, it may be best if rather than use October, we use November to give them some time. You're happy with that? I'm happy. The second are happy?
Yeah, more than, I actually thought you mentioned that earlier, to be honest, so.
So did I, but anyhow.
Yeah,
sorry.
definitely, November.
Okay, any other comments around the room? Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. I must say I'm uneasy about specifying Queen's Park. I think reading the Chronicle, there are a number of alternatives that have already been mentioned, let alone others. And I would prefer it to just make reference to a report for an appropriate memorial for Queen Elizabeth II, rather than specify, as you said a minute ago, there's an emotional temperament at the moment. The funeral was only yesterday, and I think it's probably a little bit too early to be making strict directions to our staff, because the way it reads is that they would be restricted to Queen's Park for their consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments around the room?
I'd support that.
I'd support that.
Well, if that being the case, Mayor, if you're comfortable, you could just remove, you've already removed it. You've already done it. Oh, no, yeah, there it is, there, the second one. To recognise and celebrate. So it's already been removed in the second part.
What's the one above it?
what you're trying to get achieved is the deletion of Queen's Park, is it?
A point of order, Mr Mayor. If somebody wants to change what's up there with a mover and a seconder, then they need to, it hasn't been voted on, but surely they would need to move an amendment.
Exactly. Councillor Shine?
I'm happy to move the amendment by deleting the words in Queen's Park.
Well, I think with the consent of the mover and the seconder, maybe we don't have to go to the amendment in the most appropriate site or something like that in Toowoomba.
I'm happy to second the amendment.
Righto, he's moved it. So there is an amendment that says that, what exactly does your amendment say? Recognise it. Well, I might have it wrong, but I think if there was consent on the part of the mover and the seconder to remove those two words, it would be appropriate, but anyhow, we'll do that. So Councillor Kerry Shine has moved, Councillor Nancy Summerfield has seconded. This is an amendment that the report be provided to the November 22 ordinary meeting of Council on options for an appropriate memorial to recognise and celebrate the reign of Queen Elizabeth II and her contributions to the Commonwealth and for extraordinary example she has set for humanity during her 70-year reign. Is there anyone wants to take any of that out as well? Anyone wants to reword that again? Or?
Mr Mayor, it makes no comment about where it should be, and I guess that's part of the amendment's the reason for the amendment, but the fact of the matter is that the report needs to look at appropriate places, and I suspect foot traffic and attendance should be part of that. So I would suggest that, and perhaps through you to the CEO, does that need to be included, or is that automatically covered? We didn't, for some reason, receive your email, Mr Mayor, so that's not your fault. I'm not, but the fact is, all we've going on is what's actually written up there. So, do we need to put in there accessibility, positioning, accessibility, or something, just so that the report covers that, or will it automatically cover that?
Well, I have a degree of faith in our senior staff that they will probably take that in as a factor. Councillor Carl?
Yeah, Mr Chair, I was just about to say probably a point of order here, because we've got an amendment and we've got a mover and a seconder for that amendment. We probably need to vote on that.
Righto, Councillor
Mayor,
Carl,
my
we will
reason
vote
for
on that.
my
I'll close the debate.
if I could say my reason for my comment, it will be whether I support this amendment or I don't.
Okay, the amendment, does it, the mover of the amendment wish to sum up? If not, the amendment moved by Councillor Kerry Shine, seconded by Councillor Nancy Summerfield, is before you there. And the change is, of course, the deletion of the word Queen's Park, an appropriate memorial to recognise and celebrate the reign of Queen Elizabeth II and her contributions to the Commonwealth for an extraordinary example she has set in for humanity during her 70 years reign. I'll put the amendment. Those in favour? 9 in favour. Councillor Carroll. Those against? Councillor Carroll and I are against. The amendment is carried. Would someone like to move that now as a motion? Councillor McDonald has moved. Councillor Summerfield has seconded. Those in favour? That's carried. Right, councillors, we move to item 7, which is the reception of deputation delegations by appointment. We're very fortunate to have here today Craig Blick, Trauma Training Manager and Critical Care Flight Paramedic of LifeFlight, re LifeFlight's First Minutes Matter program, and about a free trauma training program for Queensland. Can I welcome you, Craig, and also Wendy Roach, who of course is heavily involved in fundraising for LifeFlight. Thank you very much for that, and I think all of us see LifeFlight as an amazing mantle of safety across our region. Over to you, Craig.
Thanks, Antonio. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. Can we click first slide, please? Thank you. Just a little bit of background knowledge on myself, just so you get some context. I've been a paramedic on the state's ambulance service for 32 years. I've been a critical care flight paramedic since 2007, and I've been fortunate, depending on which way you want to look at it, to work both here and around the world in disaster management, Banda Aceh, Pakistan, earthquake, NIAS earthquake, and a few other places on behalf of International SOS and the European Union and the United Nations as a project manager in all the humanitarian efforts there. Next slide, please, Winnie. Thank you. So I want to introduce to you First Minutes Matter. So Lifelight performs approximately 6,000 rescue missions a year to the community of Queensland. So from that we inherit a lot of data and feedback about what happens in the community and what doesn't happen in the community. And a lot of that centres around critical moments following an injury or an illness where lives are either lost or the time spent in hospital is considerably longer than what it needs to be, which has the effect of cost and impact on family structure, etc. So in the initial phase of First Minutes Matter, it was designed around the key topics that our medical staff, so our critical care doctors, flight paramedics and flight nurses fed back to us at the end of each incident. So you can imagine we do 6,000 medical debriefs a year, and from that we glean the information that is required that hit my desk to design First Minutes Matter. So First Minutes Matter was proudly supported from the implement by Shine Lawyers, which allowed us a magnificent scope to go to community and present these free trauma workshops, 5.5 hours of, unfortunately, my dulcet tones sitting and talking to communities around the Darling Downs and Southwest. So we started here in August 2021, and then we've progressed through the other regions. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as I said, the program is designed around those critical moments that we clearly identified as an organisation, and you see here the topics in front of you. So there is introduction to an incident. So here we talk about public safety. So sadly, we see a lot of people who are injured as the secondary person into an incident. So we talk about road safety, people who are hit while standing on the road helping someone else. We talk about electrical incidents where people go in and will pick someone up after an electric shock, etc., etc. People drowning to rescue someone else that's drowning or near drowning. We talk about burns, catastrophic burns. We talk about catastrophic bleeding. So how do we stop that? We talk about choking. So how do we solve that problem? Stroke, seizures, febrile convulsions. We talk about CPR. I was talking with Megan before about how CPR has changed dramatically in the last couple of years, where it is now such a simple process, but it is one that is inherently feared the most within community. People don't want to go near it for the fear of infectious disease. They don't want to go near it for the fear of litigation. And I think what we do at Lifelight, and especially in my program, is we break that barrier down. We talk to the community, we educate them in both the litigation aspects and the medical aspects. And then at the end we talk about specific equipment that we've used within the training that should be added to any sort of home environment, car environment, caravan environment that they have. Next slide, please. There you go. I'll probably, yeah, there you go. Thank you. So this is how year one looked for us. So year one, we decided to initially design 6 online modules. So there is an online learning package as well. So not everyone can make it, not everyone has the ability, and it is something that we are able to direct to places like schools and tertiary and other organisations where people can do these modules online and learn through videos, instructional tutorials and a quiz at the end. And at the end of it, they are deemed successfully passed and will get a certificate of participation. We aim to deliver 20 workshops in our first year with the support of Shine. We delivered 29. We had 36 slated, but there was this thing called a flood and there was this other little thing called COVID. and it sort of got in my way a little bit. A great example was I got stuck down in Gundawindi in the end of last year in the floods. Still delivered the trauma course amongst the floods whilst we're all sitting there every half an hour stepping outside to check the flood process as it was coming up towards our building. So we lost 7 workshops, but we've revisited 5 of those this year to catch up and make sure that the community's got the education that we promised them. We set about 2,000 online registrations. We achieved 2,634, and that is people who registered online, started the program, and we had about a 60% completion rate within that. So when we learn about how online teaching is done, a 60% completion rate is excellent. So we're really happy with that. And as you can see there, from our 29 workshops, we had 418 people. So it's 418 actual people in Queensland were educated face-to-face with myself at a workshop, and then they took home those skills and taught others within their immediate social group. So for us as an organisation and for Shine in that first 12 months, it was an immensely successful program, and we felt that we both over-delivered on what we wanted to do, but we had some key net results. Next slide, please. Here are the list of the places that we visited in the first 12 months. So you can see there that we've gone to some fairly remote places, and these are places, once again, that are subject to no ambulance coverage, or if there is an ambulance there, it's usually gone for the whole day on some other task. And, you know, for Queensland Ambulance Service, it's a real struggle from a day to day. So as Lifelight, we work heavily with Queensland Ambulance Service and indeed Queensland Health. So we are there to promote the health within these communities. So these are all places where I have visited and delivered a trauma workshop for usually around about 15 to 20 people, but some were 3. And people say, oh, why would you go all the way to teach 3 people? Well, why wouldn't I? Okay? Because if I can save 1 life, then I've done my job. And Lifelight certainly has done its job. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is how we look going forward. We've got some great scheduling coming up in years 2 and 3, and we're really excited to expand the program. The program is a state of hiatus at the moment because we've taken it offline to totally redevelop it and make it even better, because at the end of year 1, we wanted to learn some lessons. So we've learnt those lessons, we've redesigned the program, and it is just about to hit the floor again in terms of the online modules. And I indeed have some workshops coming up in Toowoomba in November and on the Sunshine Coast in December. So we're looking for 6,000 registrations online in year 2 and the 24 workshops, and then in year 3 we hope that you can see the figures there. One of the real keys to any of this is the support of council. So one of my key strategies in it all was to deal with council and get them to support the program. We deliver it for free. So within that there are costs, and I think the collaboration with council is vitally important because it shows a couple of things. It shows that the council clearly understands the need for its communities to be educated and be better off from a trauma point of view. And what it also does is when I get to these workshops and I'm speaking to the participants, they are extremely passionate about the fact that their council supported them, and that the event is in a council building, and that the council gave us the building for nothing for the day. So they have a really clear understanding, and I make it very clear that that support is there from their local council. We've only had 1 council in all of that list before that was a little bit difficult to deal with, but we got around that in the end. So that's terrific. So we've got some commercial opportunities coming up with council as well. So some other councils around this region where we're going to be delivering services and training to their staff, their remote crews and their work staff, because that's vitally important as well. Next slide, please. Just a quick snapshot. You can look at this in your own time, but this is just how we've sort of managed to program the next couple of years up. So, yeah, marketing is vitally important for us. Getting our brand across to the community is important, but we think we do that quite well. It doesn't take much for a person in Toowoomba, and I had it this morning when I was grabbing a coffee, that someone recognised my car and my shirt and told me how many times the helicopter flew overhead. And I said that that was probably a good thing unless it was them in it. So they were appreciative of the job we do. Next slide, please. just a couple of testimonials. So as I said before, part of it is me not only delivering the workshop, but I get feedback about how the workshop works. And one of the testimonials here from Jane was 2 days after attending a Roma workshop. She was out on a rural property. A large tree fell on one of the gentlemen and crushed him. Okay, and she remembered exactly what we just talked about 2 days ago. So she jumped into action, did what she needed to do, and then the Queensland Ambulance Service paramedic arrived, and unfortunately he was fresh out of grad, so he was a little bit catatonic when he arrived at the scene, and she remembered that I'd given a lecture on where all the critical items were in the ambulance, so she helped him go and get all his equipment. They came and stabilised the patient. The helicopter arrived and the gentleman's life was saved. Direct result of attending the workshop 2 days before. So we're pretty happy with that. And our second testimonial there is for a lovely young lady by the name of Hannah Roach, who you may be familiar with. And Hannah and her partner attended one of my first workshops in Toowoomba, and they were terrific. I didn't realise who they were at the time. And then we commenced at the end to have a lovely discussion around why they were there. And it was a lovely story why they were there, but it was very pertinent. 1-year-old child, so they were there to learn specifically about paediatric choking, which we teach. So, next slide, please. Thank you. Now, if you click. Yep. Hopefully it's going to work. If not, try it again. No, that's all right. Next slide. Thank you. Oh, there we go.
Welcome to First Minutes Matter, a Lifelight course developed to help you respond to traumatic incidents. Lifelight exists to save lives, and our expertly trained medical teams are often the first to respond to medical emergencies and traumatic incidents, helping more than 6,000 patients a year. We know from experience that the first minutes following such a traumatic incident are the most critical for survivability, and anyone with even basic medical knowledge can make the difference, as Tiffany Thompson knows firsthand.
We were out on a Sunday afternoon ride, and another group of riders have come around the corner. So we've hit head on. I was unconscious for about 15 minutes. I have 4 little kids at home. They wouldn't have a mum today if it wasn't for Lifelight.
Committed to helping in the moments that matter, Lifelight wants to give you the tools and awareness to improve patient outcomes. So, we've created First Minutes Matter, a free, self-paced trauma training program that'll teach you the expertise and practical skills needed in the vital first minutes of an emergency, while help is on the way. Learn as RACQ Lifelight Rescue Critical Care Doctor Duncan McCauley draws on his decades of knowledge to teach you the knowledge and practical tips to assist with burns, bleeding, snake bites, choking, seizures and cardiac events, along with some basic emergency equipment. By the end of this program, you'll have more confidence in helping a loved one or stranger, and the skills gained could even help you save a life.
Thank you. Next slide. So you can see the job we do is really important, and it doesn't just mean flying around in one of those beautiful Augusta Westland 139 helicopters, of which we have 11 servicing the state and 6 jets. So, you know, we are busy. We are a busy organisation. But part of the delivery of this service is that we need to get back to community. So I'm here today to speak to you about the continuing support of Toowoomba Regional Council and other councils as we move forward. I am hoping to speak to the deputation in Cairns later in October about the same thing, that we are really passionate about driving this through councils, not only from educating your own staff, your remote staff, your work staff, who you want to protect, and we really feel that First Minutes Matter plays a huge part in the education of those people. But we want to speak to the councils about the ongoing free workshops that are available to your communities, and sometimes we just need to lean on council and ask for your help. So I am based at the Lifelight Training Academy. That's my work base, and my rescue base is the Sunshine Coast at Maroochydore Airport. The Lifelight Training Academy has the TELUS 139 simulator, Level D simulator, which you can see in the middle shot there. It's the large NASA-shaped ball. That is the flight simulator that teaches our pilots how to fly the helicopter. It's a Level D simulator. It's worth $68 million. So it's an expensive and impressive piece of equipment. But we have also things like the CAT sim, so we teach all our air crews. So the two left-hand photos there. And they're virtual reality simulators that we bring our air crew in, and we talk about how to be safe within the air. We have the pool deck, you can see on the second last hand right photo there. That's where we teach the helicopter underwater escape training. We teach emergency breathing systems. We teach sea survival to our air crews and external air crews from all over the Southern Hemisphere come to visit us at the training academy. We also do the medical facility training. So we can teach anything from advanced care for the GPs Association right through to First Minutes Matter. But they are all equally as important for us, I think. So I just want to thank you today for allowing me to speak. I'm happy to take questions in a minute, but I really want to get across that this program started with Shine Lawyers helping us out. It started with Toowoomba Regional Council. So it was the very first workshops that we delivered, and the emphasis and the potential that we grew out of those Toowoomba workshops has allowed me to travel for the last 12 months around southern Queensland, delivering workshops to a lot of people and saving a lot of lives. So on behalf of LifeFlight, I really thank the Toowoomba Regional Council. Mary Antonia, thank you so much. Thank you for your time today to having me speak. And I look forward to the continuing success of both our program and the collaboration between LifeFlight and Toowoomba Regional Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Craig. That was great. Now, those of us who went to the National Local Government Conference, the very last presentation came from a lady who had in fact received a national award for this very sort of thing. And I think it was, what was the name of it? Do you remember, Gatsco? But it was an outstanding presentation. It was very, very similar. I'm just wondering if there's a relationship between...
if I could find out who it was, I'd be able to give you the answer, yeah. But
I'll email you.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd look forward to it. I think that the success of any presentation is the passion that is found within the subject matter.
Yep.
And I mean, you can ask Wendy. I'm really passionate about giving back after... I've had a huge career, but I want to give back to my communities now and make sure that that very first step matters, that we don't lose lives unnecessarily anymore, or if at the very least we reduce that number hugely down.
Are there any questions? Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Mayor, through you, Craig. Thank you very much, firstly, for your long decades of service to the community, whether it's through Victoria Police or ambulance, and now what you're doing. You said there were some learnings out of what you've had. Could you share with us, so that's the first question, share with us some of the learnings, and noting that you've mentioned you started here, has council supported you in any way to date? And if so, has that been good? And if not, what can we do more to help you?
Yeah, okay, thank you for the question. Firstly, the learnings are that people are desperate to learn the basic skills. And for a number of reasons, people sometimes don't have that ability. Sometimes it's financial. It costs to go and do a first aid course. It costs both financially and in time, and people don't have that time. First aid courses don't generally travel around Queensland and arrive at someone's, the Muckadilla Public Hall, for instance. So the learning is that we need to keep reaching into these remote communities where the likelihood of prolonged wait times for ambulance is present. So that's really my key learning. The other key learning I've got out of it is that the teaching is appropriately designed, because at the end of it, I get sweeping reviews of how easy it was, how much they enjoyed it. And our demographic is anywhere, we start people at 14 years, and I've had 14-year-olds in the course, and my oldest was 88. So the learning from that is that I need to keep this course, the First Minutes Matter, free. I need to keep it rolling. I need to keep the momentum going with identifying key places through Queensland to attack. I mean, LifeFlight has operating areas. My personal opinion is that does not matter. We need to be going to every Queensland remote community and educating people in this program. Toowoomba Regional Council were fabulous when I first started. It took me, because it was my first real time going to councils and speaking, so it took me a little while to get my head around who to find, but I had some lovely assistance. So finding the right avenue into Toowoomba Regional Council, and indeed all the other councils, has been quite easy in the end. And I think, without denigrating any of it, the FOMO aspect, so once a few of the councils started to hear that, Toowoomba had picked it up and, Lockyer Valley had picked it up, et cetera, everyone started to jump on board. So as I said in my presentation, I only had one council that rebuffed me for a while, but we got around that. So.
Councillor McMahon, you had a question?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Craig. Certainly went to the Glenvale hangar with the Mayor and the Governor-General and a few others and had a look around those planes, and sitting on a friend's porch in the back of Newtown on Saturday Ave, you get your good workout here, so we saw a fair few of them come in. But we have the city, obviously, then we have a heck of a lot of area out to the west, and I think that's where this program is necessary. We have town halls and those kind of things, and I'd like to see that partnership continue. Just as a comment, I really got upset at the comment, not because of you, but when you said that people don't want to save someone's life because they're scared of getting sued.
Yeah.
Thought that was a bit, gee whiz, is that really the life we live? But question in it, we do our, every business does their general first aid training, and from what I remember, a lot of these elements were covered, and that's, when you're a large business and you got to do it as an employee, tick the box. Does your program complement a first aid course, or are they totally different things, or how does that work?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's a really great question, and it's very pertinent. So, just to emphasise it again, if you walked outside now and something happened in the street out there, I guarantee you a 70% success rate that people would just keep walking. People would not stop. And we've got to demystify that. We've got to take that out of the way we think as a society. It happens less, obviously, in the rural setting because, everyone bandies together. But usually what I'll do is I will do a 4-day presentation into a region. I'll do 1 day in a major centre like this, and then I'll do 3 days in my rural setting. So it does happen, sadly, and it's sort of one of my pains as well. So First Minutes Matter is a bespoke program, so we can make it look whatever we want it to look. And yes, it does complement first aid training. So at the moment, for instance, Paru Shire Council, we're in discussions. They have their first aid qualified people, but they weren't First Minutes Matter to bolster that training. The ability for that to happen is what we know as currency, relevancy. It's me speaking, it's my educators speaking who are either critical care flight paramedics of more than 15 years service or my critical care doctors. That gives a course relevancy. So when you speak, you get heard. And it's no criticism to a business who runs as an RTO first aid training. But I think what you'll find, and this is the feedback that I do receive, is at the end of it, people will come up to me and say, last year I did a first aid course and I learnt nothing, and today I learnt pretty much everything. Yeah.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Craig. Having sat around this table for a while, I remember when Life Flight started, underpinned by Clive Berghofer, for weekends. And our little council out at Canberra gave them $5,000 a year, and some of our staff had a salary deduction to keep them going. So what we have here now with our emergency precinct and what Life Flight has evolved into is just amazing, and it's wonderful to see. My husband used to be the safety officer for Telstra at Gundawindi, and an SES controller, so used to keep up with all these things. But I mean, to come to a point where it is so simplified that there's no reason why people can't. By the way, I wouldn't walk past anyone out in the street. So I think it comes down to the fact that, they're worried about, I think AIDS changed everything and those sorts of things, but it also comes back to the fact that we're too busy to be thinking about other people, and it's not something we should be doing. Life Flight, my husband was bitten with a snake, and Life Flight came in to take him away. It's not their fault he wasn't saved. It was the fact that there wasn't a bed for him anywhere in Brisbane. So that was the disappointment, but the team was just so wonderfully responsive and so kind and loving with them. But I think that we, as a community, need to embrace this and perhaps get our community groups to register online to you know, and particularly, as you say, in our regional, more remote areas. But as you say, those people are more than willing. They just need someone to go and actually approach them. And that probably should, but we could probably partner with you there to encourage people out in our centres to register for the online course.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll.
So I think it's a wonderful service you're doing. Thank you.
We might have to keep, Councillor Von Hoff, just the final question, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. Thanks, Craig. My husband has been one of the Lifelight critical care doctors, and I appreciate the breadth of space that the choppers fly, all the way up to Cherbourg and around the southwest Queensland. It's really remarkable. And I wonder, in addition to the venues that council could help with, us councillors are at a lot of public events, and perhaps it's actually worth us councillors doing the training, because in one of those instances, if we're ever at a public event and there's something that needs our attention, we could help. So I raise that through you, Mayor, as a consideration for this council.
Yeah, thank you. Look, Councillor Carroll and I don't know if anyone else that went to the national conference was there, but I was absolutely inspired by the story of this lady who actually became involved because she'd lost a friend of her daughter's in an accident. And and had there been someone there at that accident site that had the knowledge, he would have been saved. And that was the inspiration. So, look, Craig, thank you very much for coming in. I think we all recognise the critical importance of Lifelight. We're very thankful we've got it. We're thankful for Clive Berghofer and him getting involved. I meet regularly with the chair of your board, Rob Borbidge, and I find him to be very passionate about it. But to me, you know, and I think I've had a relative who was, and Wendy's brother, who was looked after very, very well indeed by helicopter flights during his life. And, you know, I'm very, very thankful for the work that you do. So thanks very much for coming in. And I can assure you that if you want a venue of some sort, I'm quite happy to convey that to our senior management to make sure it happens.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. Thanks very much for being here, and thanks for the work that you do behind the scenes to support the organisation. Okay, councillors, when Wendy gives me the nod. Very good. We'll move to item 8, but before we do that, I'll remind you of you know, our values of accountability, safety and well-being, of teamwork and honesty and respect. We'll now move to item 8, in fact item 8.1, which is the Planning and Development Committee, where we have two declarations from Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Von Hoff. So the first motion will be all the items except for item 6. Anyone wishing to move that? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has moved that. Is there a seconder? Councillor McDonald. Councillor Carl, sorry. Any questions? Those in favour? That's carried. The second motion will deal with item 6, where we are aware of the declarations of both, as I've said a number of times, Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Von Hoff. Would someone like to move the receipt of that, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Carl. Those in favour? All in favour, Wendy. And you've noted that? Very good. Okay, councillors, we move now to the Water and Waste Committee, where there were 2 reports. Item 3, Sewage Catchment Study Planning Report from Mulmerran, and secondly, a confidential matter. Do I have a mover there, please? Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? That's carried. Move then to item 8.3, which is Infrastructure Committee meeting. We have declarations there from Councillor McDonald, Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Shine. Anybody wishing to take any further matters out? Councillor O'Shea?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. 4, please.
You're taking out item 4 for
Yes,
separate
please.
consideration? Yes?
Yes, please.
Anyone else wishing to take anything out? Councillor Summerfield?
Item 3, please.
Item 3, separate consideration. Councillor McMahon?
I'm taking item 5, Chair, so all of them.
Councillor 5 is the item that's separated out anyhow. Okay, it'll be the last motion. So we've got all items except for items 3, 4 and 5, which will be dealt with separately. That leaves us with nothing. Well, there you go. That's the one time we don't need a motion, all right? And I'll make that judgment from the chair. Right, we move to item 3. Would someone like to move the receipt of item 3, please? Councillor Carol Taylor has moved it. A seconder, please.
I've
Councillor
got
Melissa
a
Taylor.
question on it.
You have a question?
That's why
We've
I
got
asked
a
for it to
mover,
be
we've got a
pulled out.
seconder, so we'll take questions.
Thank you. So you'll recall at last week's committee meeting, councillors had a very large discussion on the transport strategy and made a number of suggestions, and we were also encouraged to email the General Manager with any changes, which I at least did, particularly around the items that I raised for discussion at the committee meeting. I just wonder if the General Manager could come up and elaborate on what changes were made from last week to this week's strategy.
GM, would you mind coming forward, please? Sorry. I'm not hearing you, Brian.
The changes are what was adopted by council as the recommendation. That's those that are before you.
General Manager Brady.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. At the end of that session last week, council would remember that I did ask specifically what changes council wanted to be included within the recommendations, and this was the final changes that council at the committee meeting made. That said, if council wishes further change today, I'm happy to take on board whatever council wishes to go forward with. Thank you.
Okay, anything else you want to add to that, Councillor Summerfield?
I just can't find where that is in the in today's document.
It's sorry.
If the General Manager's unwell, I'm happy for someone,
No.
another spokesperson.
No, that's all right.
Okay.
Page 167 of 307 of the committee meeting minutes of the 13th of September.
CEO, would you like to comment, or you've...
So the attachment 1, which is attached to the report that was from the committee, will be amended by, in page 15, changing those two headings, deleting that one and inserting a new one. So there's that one change where the words objectives that support the sustainable transport vision will be deleted, and inserting in lieu thereof will be objectives that support the sustainable planning vision in collaboration with our partners. That's the only change that was agreed to by the majority in the committee last week.
Yeah, on page 15. So, excuse me, if I could, Mike, I think you and I have got the same coughing issues. So on page 15, in the updated committee meeting document, it still says objectives that support the sustainable transport vision. It doesn't say objectives that support the sustainable transport vision in collaboration with our partners.
council adopts that, they'll change that into that document at that time, if they adopt
Oh, I
this.
see what you're saying. Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions? I have a mover and second for the receipt of item 3. And of course, there will be a division. Anyone wishing to add any more comment? If not, moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour of the receipt of item 3? All in favour? We move now to item 4. Councillor Shea, you wish to make a comment, or there's
Yeah, thanks.
someone that wishes to move the receipt of that for a start? Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Melissa Taylor. You have a comment, Councillor Shea?
I would like to go into debate, please, Mayor, if there are no further questions on it.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, as a mover, would you like to?
Thank you, Mr
speak
Mayor, I
first?
would. Since 2008 and the amalgamation of Toowoomba Regional, creation of Toowoomba Regional Council, there has been many issues with the safety and the exiting of O'Donoghue Street for this council. So that's just a background from where I'm coming from with this. There's been, it was TMR came to the Mayor, and I think it was Councillor O'Shea at the time, some years ago, Kim Murphy was and made the comment that TMR were looking at making their road, and it is their road, from Alderley Street down safer, including encompassing the issues around Donoghue Street, which has caused a lot of issues for those people in the retirement village down there. So what was going to happen then was going to be a complete loss of car parks on both sides of the street, including up past the motel. So they have gone away since then and tried to find ways before coming to council, working with our ISG teams on that. I do want to say that it is of great concern when we lose car parks. They are of value to our community, and we do have a lot of issues around netball season in particular on a Saturday when everyone's trying to get there to play, to see their children play netball. But whilst parks are very valuable to this community and to council as well, the safety of our community is also critical, especially the safety and convenience of the residents of the retirement village at the end of Donoghue Street. Council, independently of this, resolved to alleviate the pressure during netball season by creating an extra car park inside Nellie Robinson Park, which was going to deliver something over and above. And I understand very much council's frustration at the fact that that will now only deliver in the vicinity of about, I think, 50, because we're going to be losing those ones on road. But I do ask council to consider that we have worked very closely with our partners in TMR to find the best solution that we can find on their road. I do point out that the local in particular and TMR have worked to find a solution as best they can, and there has been an offer of the amount of money that's there. It's been offered in good faith, and I think that despite the fact that we are losing car parks, there is a possibility that if that could be taken away and they could come and do what they want to do anyway. It's a mark of respect for our community and for council that these conversations have been ongoing. So I understand the fact that we're losing car parks over and above what we were going to have with this new parking facility inside Nellie Robinson Park. But I would ask council to consider the fact that TMR has worked very closely with our people to try to find the best solution, and I think that probably we've got the best that we can have with this outcome. Thank you.
Councillor O'Shea, you wish to speak against the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Taylor. Certainly respect the position you've put forward. Mr Mayor, I merely wish to debate against this, and then also, as I get to the end of this, foreshadow a motion should this one go down. But I want to start with a comment or a statement that I'm going to steal from Councillor Carl's playbook that I thought was quite prophetic. Prophetic, the word, not pathetic, just to clear, prophetic. He said it a long time ago, and I forget what it was about, and he said, sometimes a gift isn't always a gift. So here we have the offer, obviously, of a figure to offset the work that has been done here. But the more I've looked at it, and I spoke a lot about this in committee, but we go back, so we've got money allocated in our capital works for an additional 147 car parks to go into this car parking space. That's been taken into account without the loss of any. So effectively now we're going to lose an additional 77, which is on street. So at the end of the day, for council, we're still short. We're still going to be the ones that are going to bear the brunt of this. We're the ones that are going to still have to come up with another solution. I mean, we already put in place to have an additional 147 put in place well before any of this sort of came to us from DTMR. So I think this is an opportunity where we as a council need to put forward our best possible case to try and get the best possible outcome. I absolutely understand and accept that this is a decision and the head of power does lie with the state through DTMR, but they've come here asking obviously for our support for this particular proposal. So this is the time when we need to put forward what we feel is our thoughts on this. They're about to go to consultation about this, and to me, why I struggle to accept this is at the moment this recommendation that we have forward allows the Department of Transport and Main Roads to go to consultation following this, being able to say to the community that they have the support of council around this particular proposal, and I can't support it in the way that we have it at the moment. I understand the safety aspects to it, and I very much take that into consideration. But what I think this is an opportunity where we have to realise this. Dominic Dore mentioned last week, there's 2,500 netballers here every week and 1,000 soccer players. So this is happening every week. And as someone made the comment last week as well, and also these parks are taken up during the week by businesses and things like that. So it's a huge impost on our community. So we take out another 77. We all know where they're going to park. We all know where they're going to try and park. If they're going to try and park illegally, or they're going to park in these side streets. So I guess to me, I come back to the case of saying, do I feel comfortable when we have backlash on the issues and that we know are going to come from suburban streets with cars parked in these on a regular basis? Are we comfortable to be in a position to sit there and say to the community, well, we accepted it from DTMR because they offered to pay us X amount of dollars towards the construction of a new car park? I don't think that that's fair, and I don't feel comfortable being able to say that. I would much rather be in a position where we state strongly to the Department of Transport and Main Roads that we want them to review this plan, and we want them to maintain a certain number of these car parks. Granted, we're going to lose some, but I think we need to put a figure on that. So that's why I speak strongly against this and ask councillors to consider that and think about it. We know the issue that's going to occur with this. As I said, we already had in place to put in an additional 147 car parks at the capacity we have it now. We are now going to lose another 77. So we're going to come back in the future and we're going to have to do more work and find more space somewhere, somehow, to try and alleviate the congestion and the issues that we are going to have in those suburban streets. Because as I said, that's the numbers that are playing sport there on a regular basis every Saturday. So I do foreshadow, should this motion be defeated, that we request the Department of Transport and Main Roads reviews the proposed plan to maintain a minimum of 40 on-street parks along Ruthven Street. The reason I put a number on that is just purely because I know last week we spoke about minimise, and to me, minimise is an easier way out. If we try and put a target on it and say, look, we want you to maintain a minimum of 40. I mean, I'd rather we lost none, to be honest, but I mean, you've got to pick our battles. And secondly, request that the Department of Transport and Main Roads contribute an amount of $1.65 million to offset the loss of on-street parking. I mean, we need to be compensated for the loss of what we are. And as I said, and we're going to need that million that we had allocated in our future budgets to look at future solutions, because we've still got a problem here. And then obviously the rest of the motion as per what it was prior. So again, councillors, I state my position and consider a gift isn't always a gift. I think we're inheriting a large problem, and we need to advocate for our community right now our position on this and why we think we want them to look at this again and can do better.
Thank you, councillor O'Shea. Is there anyone wishing to speak for the motion?
Question. Can I ask?
You got it
I think there's some questions,
for the
Mayor.
motion?
No,
Councillor,
a question.
Councillor Summerfield, you wish to?
I wanted to ask questions, two
Ask a
questions
question.
if I could.
Okay, I'll take the two questions at this point. So, councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. So when they're removing the 77 car parks, what are they actually going to put there, if that's what they're going to do? What are they going to do with that space?
I'll hand over to the GM.
Thank you, councillors. At the TMR briefing of the 5th of July, they indicated then what was actually happening along, particularly that strip along south of Alderley Street. And then further to that, late yesterday afternoon, I sent councillors a copy of some plans that TMR had asked for last week. They provided through yesterday of what's happening in that space. And I'm not sure if that's available in front of you right at the moment. It'll be on your emails.
I think it's important that we actually discuss it because people online don't have a copy of that map.
Yeah.
They have no clue, and
Yeah.
I think we need to elaborate and understand fully what we're voting on. Thanks.
Okay, so in front of Nellie Robinson Park, there's a proposed bus stops. Okay, so significant improvements there in the public transport space. So that takes in a considerable amount of space on both sides of the road. Along with that, there's the full new signalised intersection at Donahue Street, again requiring, which has turn lanes as well, and also allowing U-turn at those locations. With the extra widening of those lanes, obviously they've also incorporated the current standard cycle lanes as well. And as soon as you put all those in to the width of the existing sealed pavement, with the bus stops are actually indenting those into the footpath space and redoing the footpaths. That basically takes out the majority of the space along the frontage of Nellie Robinson Park. So that's all being sort of, the space is taken up by the lanes of the road, the turning lanes of the road, the cycle lanes of the road, the bus stops, and allowing for footpaths. So the space through there is confined, like all our road reserves, and by the time you put all that in, the additional space to be able to have parking lanes is not available. So that's what's going in there.
Thank you. That really concerns me because I know that a number of businesses along there, particularly motels, rely on that parking space for trucks and things like that that can't actually go onto the on-site on their property. And that if that's going to be removed, that impacts those businesses as well. So it's not only staff trying to find somewhere to park in those areas, but also businesses.
Yeah, just on that one, and that was, I think Councillor Taylor mentioned earlier, was one of those discussion points back in earlier on. They have, I think it's around about 8 spaces in front of the motel, which is further to the north, opposite Brutonell Street. So there's a number of spaces that have been able to be saved from some earlier conversations there. So there's a few that have been kept as part of that. I suppose council's key concern was those lost along between Carey Street and Hannah Court along in Nellie Robinson Park, but a significant amount of that space is taken up, as I said, with the new intersection works at Donahue and the bus stop.
Thank you. So my other question was around the speed zone between Alderley and Spring, is it? Are they considering reducing that to 50?
No, the section being considered is from James to Alderley, being considered to drop to 50 as part of their current plan, but I think council's asked through the recommendations last week, or the committee resolutions last week, for TMR to reconsider that. Alderley further south is still going to remain as a 60 zone.
Thank you. So I can feel a petition coming on, and if they keep that 50. Thank you for those answers. I appreciate it.
Councillor Von Hoff, you were the next one with a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you to the General Manager. General Manager, we haven't been involved in the negotiations in those meetings with TMR. Could you, if you're able to, give us a sense of the feel of those negotiations and how receptive you think that TMR could be to further requests, and the extent to which you think that they would be amenable to additional requests?
Thank you, Councillor Bonoff. And again, I just referred some information I sent through last night to councillors, but I think what TMR are through this project's being funded under what they call the Urban High Risk Roads program in the state of Queensland through TMR, which is very much focused on road safety and issues that are caused. So the non-negotiable principles that they've got is to address the crash history and the contributing infrastructure risk factors. No worsening on safety for any road user, including on-road bike riders, the constructability and value for money. So when they're looking at this project, these are the directions they're coming from, and it is their network and their call on how they develop their network. Obviously, like any community, any growing city, over the last number of decades, our traffic volumes and accident rates through these areas have increased over time, and there's a need to start taking into account how do we best address that as a community. When we work with TMR on these sorts of issues, it's not so much about one particular element, it's about what is the best for the community as a whole, okay? Unfortunately, from time to time, these improvements don't come without a cost to something, and in this case, the issue is primarily around parking. But they are trying, and they have been trying through our discussions with them, to address those issues the best they can. They don't have access to private lands here nor anywhere where they can say here's some land or whatever. So the offer they've made in respect is quite taking on board what they could sit back and say is a reasonable offer. There's Main Roads local government cost sharing arrangements that local government has signed off with the state. This is a memorandum of understanding between TMR and the LGAQ. And that, when it comes to areas such as parking sits very much squarely within the realm of local government. So for them to come on board and be offering something is a positive, and I think we should be respectful of the light of that being offered. I understand very, very much the issues around parking, deal with them on a daily basis nearly. So if we can mitigate those impacts, that's what we're here to try to do. So those negative impacts of any project is what we're trying to strive to do. I know they'll be open to continually to work with council to get the best outcome possible. That said, at the end of the day, this is what's being proposed is very close to what will be probably the final outcome. That said, it's the ultimate call sits with them in respect to the project. And I believe the 6 recommendations that went up last week, or the resolutions of council, the 3 that have been proposed here closely align with 3 that already sit there. So council may wish to consider that element as well. Thank you.
Okay, we've had a speaker for and one against. Is there a speaker for?
Question. A couple of questions. I do have a couple of questions if I could. Did you have a question?
No, I was speaking for.
Okay, just a couple of questions if I couldn't. Through you, Mayor, to Mike. Thank you for the information last night, Mike. would have been useful actually, and I don't know whether it can be attached to this document for a record. There might be some sensitivity around some of that mapping from TMR perhaps. But certainly the page which talks about was retention of on-street car parking considered, that information would have been useful in the document and might be something that could be worthy of attaching to this document. Maybe it needs to be put into motion, but just to pick up on a couple of things, and I'll ask you to answer these if you could, Mike. Firstly, in regard to the consultation that TMR will be doing, Councillor O'Shea mentioned, is that consultation more about informing what's happening and not seeking feedback from TMR? And if so, irrespective of what our view is, TMR have the authority to do whatever they deem is appropriate from a safety perspective while balancing the views of the community. So will that be an informing consultation rather than asking for feedback? That's the first question.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. In respect to the consultations to date, TMR have already spoken to a lot of the immediately affected stakeholders. In my discussions with TMR, they've confirmed that. That said, going forward, there's a broader, wider set of consultation elements that they then take forward. They've already been speaking to Netball Queensland. So they have been engaging in the development of the project today. So going forward, they'll broaden that to be more probably in the public realm, is as I understand their consultation methodology. A lot of it will be about informing, but like ourselves, when we're out there in that space, if we get feedback that we haven't considered greatly previously, we can obviously take that on board, and I'm sure they would at least consider it in the light of what they're trying to achieve.
Thanks, Mike. I just picking up on that. Today's motion and last week's recommendation is in my mind merely to accept an amount of money presented to council to assist with the car parking internally. So if what you're saying is correct, the consultation will also not only just include council but all others. So maybe there's a checkpoint that comes back. It may be that feedback that Councillor O'Shea is saying about the loss of car parks is resonated through the community as well. So am I reading this motion is more about we accept some funds coming into council to build the 147 car parks, irrespective of the outcome of the consultation and final outcome of Ruthven Street, and that's down the track, noting that they fit together, but the timing of construction is critical if there are changes on Ruthven Street, which was the other part of that motion. So is that what this is about? Because it sounds to me as though there's a bit more to go for DTMR in regard to the road and consultation and what that might finally look like.
Your first part of your question, yes, this is the purpose of the report is pretty specific around council. TMR have made us an in-writing contribution to car parking. That's what the intent of this report's about. Council's added on to that some other elements that they'd like to see as an outcome of this project. So that's very much the purpose of this report. In respect to the consultation and how they take that on board, obviously that's within their call. At this point in time, I don't believe there'll be any further reports of any sort coming back to council at this point in time.
That's, I'm just picking up on a couple of Councillor O'Shea's commentary, which, minimising or getting to that 40 car parks. The last question I have, Mayor, is in regard to the question and the information you've given us, Mr Brady, was retention of on-street car parking considered? And there's a dot point in there that says, 2 dot points actually, widen pavement into the Nellie Robinson Park, deemed unacceptable due to significant cost of land, earthworks, pavement, drainage and removal of established trees. And this was raised as an option in the workshop, but also raised last week in regard to utilising the land into Nellie Robinson as almost like a service car park off-road. But that seems to be a dot point that would rebut that. the dot point below that says, construct new off-street car park within Nellie Robinson Park, discuss with TRC officers and recognised as safer than on-street car parking, however, deemed unfeasible based on constraints on funding eligibility for work on non-TMR assets. But that's exactly what we're trying to do here, is to receive funding to build an off-street car park in Nellie Robinson. So the suggestion is that that's not going to happen anyway.
Probably, if we look at the offer of the $500,000 offer, that's to offset that loss, okay, of car parking, is how TMR have put that to us if you look at the letter. How council may wish to spend that $500,000, or where council wishes to invest that, obviously is within council's call in respect to that. It just happened to be somewhat coincidental from a Nellie Robinson Park car parking strategy perspective that doing car parking up to the northern side of the soccer fields has been a project in council's plan for some time, and hence the attachment of the offer to the project. That's how that's occurred. Should council wish to fund that as a separate element of work and put the offer of funding to another section of parkland that they wish to make into car park at Nellie Robinson Park, that would be obviously council's call. How that is achieved is obviously that would be a further project council might wish to take on board within that. Noting that the cost has gone up in regards to the northern soccer field car park. So the feeling there was, with the price rises that have occurred and the impacts of across the board that this project is bringing on in respect to parking, that the most cost-effective way of or value for money outcome at the moment is maybe to invest that offer into that car park.
Councillor Shine, you wish to speak for the motion?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Certainly, from my point of view, I'd prefer main roads not to be doing anything there at all, and if they were to do something, then to encroach into that embankment to create the extra car parks that we've been talking about. Nevertheless, I support what we decided on last week, and I take into account what Councillor Taylor has said, that this offer, really what she's saying is this offer needn't have been made and it may well be withdrawn. She's been in that position as Chair of Transport for a long time and has much greater knowledge than I have in relation to dealing with main roads, so that weighs heavily on my mind. At the end of the day, we are gaining net gain of 70 car parks for Nellie Robinson. Mightn't be enough, and as the General Manager said, that with money we might well be able to explore additional alternatives as well. The General Manager has indicated that his view and his experience in this area and dealing with main roads, that this is a reasonable offer, and I take his advice on that.
Okay, Councillor Cole, you wish to speak against the motion?
Thank you, Chair. And councillors, forgive me if I get something wrong here, but I was an apology for the last part of this discussion in committee last week. But the reason why I'm choosing to vote against this motion is that, and I raised the question, are we really getting replacement like for like? And I don't think we are. I'm not talking about the shape of a car park either. I'm talking about like for like around the functional use that we receive as council. In other words, we have very limited potential for meaningful day use outside of peak sporting hours. We are losing very, very functional car parks along the road reserve in Ruthven Street. I don't believe we've explored the best options. except for some working group, people with technical skills who will make recommendations on those bases, aside from not necessarily considering the broader impacts. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I am saying they're viewing that from their area of expertise. To be quite frank about it, I think the Transport Department have a responsibility, and I underline a responsibility, for an appropriate interface to the community and the impacts as a responsible stakeholder of this community. Let me put it another way. If you reverse this, an applicant along a road thoroughfare has to or will be conditioned around the impacts to enter the road. So, why shouldn't TMR consider the imposition they put on applicants to enter a road reserve? Why shouldn't they be asked to consider the impacts genuinely around the interface they provide to a community? We have to get past the days of thinking that a road needs to be as efficient as it can from point A to B and not genuinely consider the impacts of the community at which it carves up or divides. There are other options that they may wish to consider around resumption, and it could be all on their expense, all on their ledger, to provide the 77 car parks that are going to be lost. And I don't want to see them in an indiscriminate area on the other side of Nellie Robinson, where those most impacted businesses and clientele will not use. And I agree with Councillor James, there will be a degree of impacts that are not positive because of the loss of those parks and the lack of functionality. So I say that TMR should step up to the plate and abide by the same rules that they require of an applicant to ameliorate impacts on their road reserve. They should be asked to ameliorate appropriate impacts on the community in which that reserve goes through. And we know, and Mr. Brady has always, has quite aptly mentioned, evolution. What don't we know about the functionality of those parks perhaps being excavated into, and there are some losses around trees, but replacement? What functionality could that give beyond the life, or not just for sporting and business, but around electric vehicle charging stations in the future, because we've got critical mass and a lot of people there in peak periods? All those sorts of things will be lost to make a straight road without considering impacts. And I grow tired of the notion that, the big stick notion that, well, if we don't take this, we're going to miss out altogether. No, I say we should push back and require TMR to be a responsible stakeholder in our community and do play by the same rules as they require other applicants.
Is there a speaker for the motion? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I take on board all discussion points and all arguments that have been put forward today, but and me of all councillors sitting around the table understand the impact of car parking on our community. And the loss of car parks is a genuine loss. My apologies. But I see this as more of a safety project than a loss of car parking discussion when it comes down to it, when it comes to this project. Oh, sorry, Siri doesn't understand that argument clearly. Where was I? It's all about safety. The residents of Donoghue, in Donoghue Street, of the retirement village and of the businesses around there, having the bus interchange occurring there really increases the safety aspect of such a busy intersection. But it's not just the residents of the retirement village or the businesses around there, it's also the accessibility for school students when they come to play netball or when they come to play soccer. The ability to have, I think it's 3 or 4 buses, Mr. Brady, that will be able to park there and students to embark or disembark from the buses safely. At the moment, there's no amenity for that safety aspect of school children disembarking or embarking on buses. And I think this, as much as I hate to see 70 odd car parks go, I think from a safety perspective, it's imperative that we look at this bus interchange from a positive perspective. And when it comes down to it, it's a state road. We actually don't have any say over what happens on this state road. And I would rather have the safety aspect of a bus interchange that will look after our children and our community than car parks, and support TMR in their safety project.
Thank you. Is there a speaker against? Councillor O'Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll be brief. I think at the outset, you know, it's the old pub test. Is this going to pass the pub test in terms of, are we doing the best thing for our community? So we deemed that we needed at least another 147 car parks. And then at the end of the day, when we're trying to explain this to someone, we'll say, well, DTMR was going to do some work on Ruthven Street, and, you know, great, it's great for the safety and the bus interchange and whatever. That's wonderful. But at the end of the day, we're only going to end up with 77 car parks or 70 car parks. So it's just a solution that's not been solved. To my mind, DTMR were going to do that anyway. That's wonderful, but we still have a major problem that we don't have enough car parks for Nellie Robertson. And, you know, we're going to talk about growth in our population later on today, but we know that it's more of a problem coming down the road, and we still haven't done the best thing for our community. So I think we need, you know, there was a lot of discussion last week about how we couldn't put car parking in off Ruthven Street because it was too steep and all of that. I don't know. I just don't think that that's been explored well enough. And you say, Mike, that we can put that money towards some other car parking and not just this one that was already planned at the back of the soccer fields. I think that has to be part of our discussion, because we have just not, at the end of the day, delivered a good solution for the community.
Thank you. Anybody now wishing to speak for the motion? Well, Councillor Carroll will sum up.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will. Thank you, and thank you for the discussion, councillors. A point that has been missed here, and Mr Brady made it as part of a reply, there is a memorandum of understanding between the Local Government Association of Queensland and Transport Main Roads. Local government is responsible for parking. Transport Main Roads are responsible for road safety on their roads. Crash data informs TMR's responsibility, and their responsibility is to ameliorate those risks to motorists, pedestrians and cyclists. They are reacting to the crash data that is there for everyone to see, and road safety risk on this section of Ruthven Street, and that's the reason. And surely, I'd say, councillors, surely the safety of our motorists, pedestrians, people on mobility scooters, cyclists, surely that's more important than the loss of a bit of parking. I don't downgrade the loss of parking, but should one life be saved because of what they're planning there, I think we need to actually have a look at what that actually means. The residents' indented car parking bus stops closer to the residents of O'Donoghue Street, and as Councillor Melissa has mentioned, there's drop-off areas there for buses. The offer of $500,000 that has been made in good faith by TMR was made because of, one, the loss of car parks, and two, the fact that council had already planned a car park in there, and perhaps the obvious thing would be to put that towards it. And yes, no, it doesn't give us what we were planning to get in the first place, but I come back to the point that under the Memorandum of Understanding, local government is responsible for parking. Council, I think it's quite reasonable for us to request, as we did last week, that this contribution be increased to $865,000, reflecting the increase of the cost for that planned car park. And it has gone up, I believe, by almost $500,000. So that $865,000 wasn't just plucked out of the air. It comes back to the same percentage of contribution to the cost of the car park as what the $500,000 was. I'd ask councillors to consider here, I mean, I know how important car parking is, but for goodness sake, isn't the safety of our residents, travelling public, cyclists, residents in a retirement village, people walking along, TMR has the responsibility for this road. It's their road. It's a state-controlled road. They have the responsibility. They're reacting to crash data, and they're increasing the road safety of this section of the road. For me, that's far more important than car parking. As important as car parking is, it's far more important, and I urge council to send a message to our community that their safety is far more important than losing some car parks. I appreciate the offer that's been made. I think we have one opportunity to accept it and actually ask them to consider an increase because of the increase of the cost of the car park that we're planning. And I think that we should reflect the fact that the safety of our community is important to us as well as to the state. Thank you.
Okay, council, we'll close the debate there. This is item 4, moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour of the motion? 7 in favour. Those against? Wish to have your votes recorded?
Yes, please.
Councillor Carroll, Councillor Summerfield, Councillor O'Sullivan and Councillor O'Shea. Okay, councillors, we'll move to item 5, where we have 3 declarations. Councillors McDonald, Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Shine. Decision has been made that you can remain in the room and we will call a division. Would someone like to move item 5, moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Anybody wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor McMahon. In that case, Councillor Carroll, will you speak for the motion?
Mr. Mayor, the reason for the motion is, and there has been comment in the press just recently that there have been a tremendous amount of people that haven't been able to access the community consultation. The reason for the motion here really was to allow more time for council to have a look to see how the new road rules play out from the state government that are coming in, which will change things dramatically, not just for higher mobility devices, but also for existing ones that people privately own. I think it gives us more time to consult with our community, and it allows things to take place in a more orderly fashion. Not saying we're not going to do it, it's just put a halt button on it for the moment. And we had great debate about it last week, and I don't think it's just the fact there is no budgetary consideration for this. The teams have done all this work without a budget, and at the end of the day, if we go forward, it will not, as been shown in the report, it's a fair chance it won't break even. But the main reason in my view, is the fact that we want to wait to see. That will be coming in sometime in November, and I think it's timely that we wait until sometime in the new year before we have another look at this. Thank you.
Councillor McMahon, you wish to speak against the motion?
Thank you, Chair. There was adequate debate about this in the committees, but perhaps if I could speak against it, and in doing so highlight, I suppose, the conflict I have, the hypocrisy of having a sustainable Toowoomba region transport strategy that says we look at issues like e-scooters, then 20 minutes later have a motion to bring in e-scooters and we all run and hide behind issues that some of them I think don't exist, but I think there is adequate scope to take this to a trial. It is, a third party and we can look at things like covering our costs through that. I think the new laws for this are set to come out in 1st of November, and there's a state government, I'm led to believe, publicity campaign to highlight the new laws, and that was what the original motion said, that we have come to committee meetings in November after the new laws have been released and publicised. So I don't see the need to keep delaying this for reasons that I find hypocritical. Thank you, Chair.
Speaker for the motion. Councillor Carl.
Yeah, some of those comments beg a response, Chair. No one's shutting out a progression forward to sustainable transport strategy, but I empathise with the staff. If the regulation, the legislation change and the education program comes out in November, then I'd hate to be a staff member trying to bring it forward in a timely manner in which they have no time. I think it's been well debated. It's not being respectful. Some of the comments that made there in delivering what we call an orderly way of going about stuff as part of a sustainable transport strategy. Sustainability is not just about the amount of things we do, it's how we do it and making sure it could actually survive beyond a trial period, falling over for want of a timely delivery in an orderly fashion, and making sure that we are measuring appropriately and we're considering the impacts along the way. Isn't that what sustainability is? Making sure it's around for the long haul. So I'm very much in favour of staying true to the committee's recommendation of last week.
Is there anyone wishing to speak against the motion? If not, would the mover like to sum that up, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just briefly, I resent the fact that that council decisioning this is hypocritical. It is not. It says we look at e-scooters, which is exactly what we've done. We haven't precluded that it may not happen. It won't or will happen in the future. We're going to have another look at it. The issues around e-scooters are very real. They're not imagined. They're very real, and the substantial injuries around these, and the number of increased presentations at emergency rooms at hospitals are actually very, very real. So much so that there's 2 universities that are doing papers into these. I think the waiting until the new rules come in, the new laws come in, seeing how that plays out, may alleviate some of the concerns in our community should it run forward, should they have the impacts that the state government is hoping that they can achieve by this. I think that it's timely, it's not precluded, it's not that we haven't said we're never going to look at it. We have just hit the pause button for a while, and I think that that's very appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I will put the motion. Of course, there have been 3 declarations, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Shine, all of which may remain in the room, but we'll certainly have a division. Those in favour? Those against? Councillors Megan O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor McMahon are against. The balance of the councillors are in favour. Councillors will adjourn. Would someone like to move we adjourn? Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor McDonald have moved that we adjourn. Those in favour? 10 minutes. Yeah, thanks, Mike. Earning our money today. resume the meeting and we move into the Environment and Community area, committee report. We begin with the first motion, which is all items except item 3 and item 7. Do I have a mover? Councillor O'Shea has moved. Councillor McMahon has seconded. I'll take anyone wishing to speak against. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried. Move then to the second motion, which is row 29. That's the motion that I have to leave the room for. Councillor McDonald, you would take over, please.
Thanks, Mayor. So this is actually item number 3, which are the community grants. This is removal of row 29, of which the Mayor had a conflict of interest last meeting, has left the room.
Thanks. Through you, Chair, I'd like to move an amendment that we also do not approve the funding for row number 6.
Yeah, that's separate from this. So we're only dealing with row 29, and then the Mayor will come back in. So
Okay, thank you.
We can do that when it comes in. So row 29 was the applicant for Pittsworth Leagues Club, and the Mayor is out of the room. So Councillor O'Shea move. Councillor Nancy Summerfield second. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously, Wendy, so I assume you have to make note of that. And I'll hand back over to the Mayor.
Right. The third motion is row 32 of item 3. Councillor O'Shea is to leave the room. Thank you. So I'd like to move that. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. All in favour? Sorry. Another item out.
Yeah.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull out row number 6.
Row 26.
No, 6.
Row 6.
It's the $21,000
of item 3.
of item 3. Thank you.
We'll deal with that separately. Anyone here prepared to move that we accept item row 6 of item 3? Anyone want to move in favour of that? Councillor O'Shea has moved. Councillor McDonald has seconded. You wish to speak against the motion?
I'd like to move an amendment, Chair, that Council advise the RM Equestrian Centre and so on that it has been unsuccessful. Wendy's got it there.
So you're in fact going directly opposed to the recommendation?
Sorry, can you just get clarity for me that the highlighted bit there in yellow, has that been moved by Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Shea?
No, the opposite in fact.
Okay, so then my amendment is what is in yellow, thank you.
It's directly against the intent of the motion.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the best way you can do it, if it fails, you foreshadow the motion.
Is it, or is it for advice then, through you, Chair, would you not would you not, I move an amendment to the motion, and if that amendment is supported, then we vote on the amendment, and if that amendment fails, we go back to the motion.
I think in this particular case, it's just basically opposed to the motion. I'll hand over to Brian for an opinion on that.
That's correct. You can't negate the intent of the original motion. You can amend it, but you can't. So that's the opposite. So one's approved, one's not approved. So you could foreshadow that if this motion has been moved in the first instance is lost, you'd foreshadow that your motion is the motion that you would move.
Okay, thank you. Then can I also get clarity? Are we now voting with Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Shea's motion on the entirety of the item 3 with those few exceptions?
No.
Just this one?
Row 6 of item 3 we're voting on.
Okay, thank you. Got there. So we'll go.
Thank you.
We've got the opportunity to go into debate then.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor McDonald as mover. Councillor O'Shea as mover. Wish to speak, please. We'll obviously be going into debate.
Yeah,
In
I'll
respect
reserve
to
the...
row 6 of item 3.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll reserve. All right.
Okay. A speaker against?
Thanks, Mayor. So I initially opposed approving this $21,000 grant based on the fact that in May, Council had approved an $86,000 amount of money to support the development of an equestrian strategy for the region. And I was concerned that we were doubling up, and until that strategy was delivered, it wasn't a great use of public funds. Subsequently to that though, having gone through the application and had conversations with my colleagues, I've learnt that this is a private equestrian facility, and private property is permitted within the scope of the grants process. But my unease then is that these are community funds being used at a private equestrian facility that can be closed to the public on a whim. And so I ask then, where's the public value in what we're doing with this money? And it must be said that the fact that this private equestrian facility belongs to a former councillor adds an added level of scrutiny of the decision that we're making today. It doesn't change the way that the assessment is processed, but it adds an extra level of scrutiny. And Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan raised before, does this pass the pub test? And I don't believe it does, and I think councillors need to ask themselves that. This is a large amount of money, $21-something thousand, and we have no assurance, because it's a private facility, that it will remain open to the community.
Thank you. A speaker for the motion. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. And, look, I agree this is worthy discussion, and this is exactly the discussion we had, not just at this assessment panel, but the previous assessment panel when a similar application was received by the same applicant. And I can assure councillors that the conversation was certainly, number one, around eligibility. Is the applicant eligible? And what community value there was with it. And I note that Daniel York is in the room, and I'd be happy, Mayor, if you'd indulge for Daniel to talk through the eligibility, being that this applicant is a not-for-profit applicant, and the equipment that's being asked for is mobile equipment and can be then utilised or used at other venues. And if this not-for-profit entity, for one reason or other, decides to shift from the location at which it's being used at the moment, then they can take that equipment with them. Keeping also in mind that, as per the information provided, that there's additional use, there's more membership, and all of those things came into consideration when the assessment panel met, because of the maturity of this organisation a couple of years on from where they started. So it fits the applicant, but I'd be keen if you wouldn't mind, Mayor, for Daniel York to come forward and just explain the process and how this fits, completely taking on board the comments made by Councillor Von Hoff, and can assure you that the added scrutiny was definitely put over this or equal to any other applicant.
So would you come down, please, and we can get some clarity from your perspective?
Thanks, councillors. So basically, the group themselves presented as eligible. They did apply previously for a different project, and we asked for them to go back and spend some more time and have a look at how the club had grown. This second application was for upgrades to the facility, essentially like the dressage arena, so their actual facility, and to the equipment that they use as part of their dressage events. They've essentially doubled their membership since the last application, and serves as an equestrian location for that Hodgson Vale, that sort of region down there.
Any questions?
Is the actual group using the ground an incorporated group?
Yes, they are.
Are they a for-profit group or a not-for-profit group?
As per the guidelines, they're a not-for-profit group.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, your question?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just to ask a question of you, Daniel, can you think of any other instances where there's been something similar on private property?
Yeah, we have. So previously we've supported Brothers Rugby League Club, who operate their venue at Glenholme Park. It's privately owned. Valleys Rugby League Club operate out of privately owned land up on Pillar Street. They've had a variety of projects such as scoreboards. Valleys Rugby League Club have done some, I think the last grant was some retaining wall sort of work, some change room upgrades and those sorts of things. So we've provided the groups are eligible, and the facilities are suitable and the projects are suitable. They've been funded in the past.
Councillor Carol Taylor, then Councillor.
Thank you. My
Paul Carl.
apologies. Just another question, if I might. Does the group, the incorporated body group, have a lease over the ground or that they're using?
They do. So our guidelines require at least 3 years tenure on either privately owned or state government owned land, which they do have.
Councillor Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I may have missed it in the report last week, but do we know what you said their membership doubled?
Yeah.
How many members?
So they were just below 40 during the previous application, and it's up to 80 members at the time of this application.
40 people increase.
40 members originally, and that was in their original application. Now it's doubled to 80. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I just note the examples you give before. They're massive clubs with a spread of community that would access that.
Councillor McDonald, did you have your hand up before? No. Any other questions? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered what it was going to be used for. I was of the impression that it was going to be for surface rehabilitation to make it suitable for dressage, but Councillor McDonald was saying that it could actually, whatever it is, it could be moved. I don't think we can move crusher dust, but...
So the project was essentially for facility upgrade, so that included the resurfacing of the dressage arena and the installation and use of that dressage equipment for events and for members to use.
Okay, so the majority of it is for the surface rehabilitation or the crusher dust?
I believe most of it was, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions? Well, Councillor Von Hoff.
How would you move crusher dust and surface repairs?
I'm unsure. It's probably a question for someone. And I assume it would stay there to upgrade that facility.
Any further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Daniel, obviously safety is a key element of this sport as well. We've spoken a lot about safety, but as I understand it, through our discussions in the assessment, when I talk about mobile, that was actually the stands and what have you, which can be shifted to other locations if this 3-year lease, something happens during that period of time or thereto after. A breakup of what the costs were. I don't have off the top of my head as to what they were, but I would think that the actual building of those structures was a more significant part of it rather than the surface, from what I recalled.
So it was, yeah, so the idea behind the structures is not that they would be fixed in place like a shed or something like that. It was that they'd be the removable objects. Whether they use that to relocate to a future facility down the track or whether it's to, amend for their events, that's why it was deemed suitable.
Any further questions? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Is this RM Equestrian Centre Inc. the only organisation that uses the facility?
At the moment, as we understand, they're the only users, yep.
And is it open to the public other than that particular organisation?
It is available for members. At the moment, I understand it's only members of the club to go and use it. But I'm unsure how their access for if someone was to just turn up would work.
So essentially 21,000 is for 80 members of the community to use, and it's not available for any other community use.
The group's open. It's open for the facility's open for eligible members of the club to use. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor O'Shea, do you wish to sum up this mover?
Sure, thanks, Mayor. I think Councillor McDonald mentioned most of the points. For me, yeah, look, I understand the level of scrutiny behind it. I think, as Councillor McDonald has outlined, as an assessment panel, is something that was definitely debated quite a lot, not only with this application but the one previous. But I think at the end of the day, what it comes back to, as I said, I definitely understand, accept and respect the position we've said, the level of scrutiny around the property and whose property it actually is. We can't dismiss that. But at the other end, they also deserve to be treated like any other applicant, so that is eligible. So are they eligible? Yes. Do they fit the criteria? Yes. Do they meet the guidelines? Yes. So I think we need to, that's the position I took when we judged it on those merits, is that it fits the criteria that we're asking for in these particular grants, as I said, around eligibility criteria and guidelines. So I think that's what we have them there for a reason, and they meet those. So therefore, they deserve the position of being able to be eligible for funding, and hence the recommendation coming out of the assessment panel.
Thanks very much, Councillor O'Shea. That closes the debate. I'll take the vote. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 votes. Those against? Wish to have your votes recorded naturally? Division. Motion's passed. We now deal with the balance of the sorry. Just let Wendy things sorted. Okay, where are we now? The balance. Right. We now go back to approve the application for funding under the overarching 259 community grant policy as associated guidelines, August 22 round, as recommended on attachment 1, and progress of relevant funding agreement with the exceptions of rows 29, 32 and 6. And secondly, that the unsuccessful applicants for funding under the overarching scheme be advised accordingly. Those in favour? Councillor McMahon and Councillor O'Shea. Those against? You're moving it? Yep, right, sorry. Right. Just a little bit confused up here at the moment. I've got to apologise for Wendy at lunchtime, I think, because I've got a bit ahead of schedule and behind schedule, but not uncommon for me. So we've got a mover and a seconder. Anyone wishing to go into debate? Good. Those in favour? That's carried without dissent. Righto, we move then to item 8.5, which is the finance. Oh my goodness gracious me. The final motion, which is item 7. And Councillor Melissa, you will leave, and there will be a division required. Councillor Carl?
I just probably need to reflect up there that I've made a declaration around this one, Chair, as well.
Okay, we'll...
Yeah.
Wendy, do you want to include that?
Just a question through you to, if I may, Chair, to the CEO. The strategy is about council facilities. Yep. Okay. I just want to be clear.
Right. So Councillor Carl has has made a declaration, and that will, of course, mean that there'll be a count of the votes. Anybody wishing to? You're happy to move? Councillor O'Shea is happy to move. Councillor McMahon is seconding that. Any discussion? Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't know if anyone wants to speak to it, but I'm against this. It's a strategy, and this should include a forward view of us having a proper 10-lane indoor heated swimming facility for our region, and it's not included. And I think that's a lack of foresight, and the swimmers are the poor relations we do, and I'm not against them. I voted for them. We've got mountain biking, we've got everything else, except the swimmers and the water polo players are not figured in those forward planning for anything of the class that it should be. So at the end of the day, I think it's an omission, and I think it needs to be corrected, and for that reason I'll vote against it.
Okay. Do you wish to make a statement, Councillor O'Shea? Anyone else wishing to speak in regard to it? Councillor McDonald?
Yeah, I just wanted a clarification. I don't think the strategy precluded an indoor 10-lane swimming pool. If anyone can clarify that. General Manager Nick, would you like to make comment to that? I just want clarification that the strategy before us does not preclude the opportunity to have a 50-metre indoor 10-lane pool.
So, Mr Mayor, can I just make a comment? I've been sitting here since 2008, and we've been talking about the need for a facility since 2008, and yet we have nothing written down on paper. So it mightn't preclude it, but it doesn't mention it.
Thank you. Nick, do you wish to make a comment?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors, and through you, Chair. In answer to your question, Councillor McDonald, your interpretation is absolutely correct. The strategy does not preclude the inclusion of an indoor 10-lane 50-metre pool.
Any other comments around the room? Councillor McMahon?
Thank you, Chair. It is just a comment. I do agree totally with Councillor Carroll. I did pull this out and argue it till its death in committee meetings. I would like to see it in there, but I take the General Manager's advice. It doesn't mean it's out. It means we look at it. So, look, I take that defeat and happy to endorse what is the strategy. Thanks.
Yeah, I think as time goes by, there'll be some comments, particularly as we move toward the Olympic Games down the track. I think it's appropriate that maybe there's a potential partnership we can get with some of the other bodies in town, and I've got one in mind. Councillor Carroll?
I'd just make a comment. If we haven't got anything down now, it won't be built in 10 years' time, regardless of who's on board, because that's how long the planning takes. So I have to say that it's all moot, and it needs to be written down, spelled out.
Thank you. Any other comments around the room? It's been moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor McMahon. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried. Councillor Carroll, you wish to have your vote recorded?
Thank you, and it's nothing against the strategy, if I might say. It's good strategy, and commend the staff on it. It's an omission.
Councillors, we move to item 8.5. Sorry, yeah. Melissa. Welcome back, Melissa. Item 8.5, which is the Finance and Business Strategy Committee. Anyone wishing to deal with anything separately there? If not, do I have a motion? Councillor McDonald, Councillor Shine. Any questions? Those in favour? It's carried without dissent. Move then to Economic Development Committee, where we don't have a report. Well, we have a report, but there's no business in that report. Would someone like to move its receipt, please? Councillor McMahon and Councillor Carroll-Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to item 9, which is a monthly financial performance statement, and I'll call our GM, Anne-Marie, to present that report.
Good morning, councillors. So presenting the Executive Performance Report for the period ending 31st of August. August implications are highlighted on page 20 of 153 of Board Books. You'll note that rate payments are currently tracking very well. We have 18.3 million outstanding at nine days after the due date. That's compared with 18.6 million outstanding after 10 days for the same reporting period last year. From the original 53 properties, we are now down to 21 remaining in the 2022 sale of land process. And our next step is to issue an auction notice on the 14th of October, and with the auction currently scheduled for the 18th of November. Page 23 of 153 highlights the overall Capital Works programme expenditure by group at the 31st of August. So we've 20.5 million expended, slightly higher than budgeted expenditure at this time. If we look at the consolidated financial performance statement, so page 25 of 153, overall a 1% positive variance in operating income and a 7% negative variance in operating expenditure. Rates and levies tracking slightly below budget, but we currently have approximately 100 properties which are yet to be rated. We're waiting for valuations to come through for those. So tracking very well with rates and levies. Fees and charges currently tracking slightly over budget. We have construction and maintenance income in the operational area tracking ahead of budget due to additional contract works associated with flood events. Waste services are also tracking above budget due to additional waste volumes received. A smaller component of the budget, but interest rates are continuing to track well above forecasts. Grant subsidies, contributions and donations tracking below budget, and this is simply a timing issue with finalising receipts for the Carnival of Flowers sponsorship. Moving to operational income, labour variance tracking close to budget, variance of just 1% there with operational labour. Materials and services, I think, is the most topical item at the moment. So 4.7 million above budget. 3.2 million of this amount relates to emerging works for the May 22 rain event. So we've yet to receive any income to offset that expenditure. We're also experiencing fuel and parts costs are above budget, which will be reviewed as part of the September budget review. And we've also incurred additional costs in green waste disposal that weren't originally budgeted. Capital component of the consolidated financial performance statement. Capital income below budget by 610,000 or 8%, and capital expenditure above budget by 554,000 or 4%. So that's a nice way to be sitting with capital expenditure. Grants contributions below budget by 2 million, and again this is work that has been impacted by the weather and supply chain issues. Milestones have not been achieved, so we're unable to apply for the grant funding. Sale of assets significantly above budget. That's because of a June auction that was delayed, didn't happen until July, and we didn't receive the goods, we didn't receive the proceeds of the sale. Capital expenditure, year-to-date 20.5 million compared with 14.8 the same period last year. And on page 27, councillors, we've included 5 key projects for each group, including the practical completion for those projects. Thank you.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks.
Councillor Von Holt.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to General Manager. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Thanks for your report and for the additional items, those top 5 items. Page 23, as I say in the report, the capital works expenditure to date, the percentages, and noting that we are slightly over what our year-to-date expected budget will have been to what we are, slightly over, which is a great start to the year, to the financial year. But I'm just wondering around those percentages and projecting forward, given the conversation, and this may not be an answer for you particularly, General Manager Anne-Marie, more broadly across the organisation, and perhaps at BR1 it's a general discussion. Given the predicted rain or rainfalls that are going to happen, supposedly and likely, our percentage of completion when we get to the end of 6 months, so end of December, given the percentages of what we've seen historically, where we're doing almost 30 to 40% of our work in the last 2 months, or last month in the case which was last financial year, smoothing that percentage out seems to be a problem, and it wouldn't be just our local government that has that issue. But will that be exacerbated with the onset of predicted weather, the shortage of supply, the ability to have labour to deliver those capital works as well? So I guess it's really flagging this as a conversation when we get to BR1, but have you had conversations at the executive leadership team in regard to those potential headwinds and the ability to increase that percentage of spend before the end of this calendar year?
Yeah, so the budget review certainly presents an opportunity for the executive leadership team to review how we're tracking across all components of the annual budget. We're right in the middle of reviewing the various requests for additional funding. Obviously, we've adopted a budget with the deficit this current financial year, and so that will need to be considered. We haven't finalised the income that we will be receiving to offset the works associated with flood events, but it will certainly be an opportunity for us to look at our overall position for the financial year and bring that to councillors as part of the consideration of the budget review.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anne-Marie, can you just, you mentioned it, and I just needed to hear it, I need to hear it again. The operating income with the fees, charges and other income being above budget by 23%, is that, you said, because we're doing private works? Is that the explanation for that?
Right. So operational income, we have got construction and maintenance tracking over budget with additional contract works associated with flood events. So that wouldn't be private works. That would be our own internal works, so our own flood events.
Okay, so that's what. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah. And I think what's probably confusing is that I'm reporting here that we have operational works ahead of budget on income, and capital works, the income is below budget. And they're just different projects with different milestones and reporting to receive the income. Mm-hmm. So operational income is ahead of budget, capital income behind budget at this, and it is all project based. Okay. And also in operating income, we have fees and charges above budget for waste services for higher volume of waste.
Okay, you did say that, thank you. And then just, Mr Mayor, if I can have another one, it's, why is the interest received 63% above budget?
Because the interest rates just keep going up, and we're currently achieving much higher interest rates than when we brought the budget down in May. As we know, since we've adopted the budget, the interest rates have gone up every month.
63%, that's pretty amazing. And my final one is on the projects, the key priority projects report. What's the explanation for the 0% completion rate on some of those ones in F&BS?
So they haven't commenced yet. So they're in the planning stage, but not the delivery stage.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Oh, Councillor Von Hoff, sorry.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Thank you for this, Anne-Marie, and I am particularly grateful for the inclusion of attachment 3, those priority projects report, because I think they help focus councillors' attention. Those capital works lists are considerable, so this is really wonderful, and I also am very grateful that the measure, one of the measures, is the practical completion rate. Because really that's what we're interested in, is it being done? So thank you for that. It's a simple question though. We've got 5 of each in each department, and I'm assuming they're not just looking at the numbers there, they're not just the top 5 most expensive projects. They are the ones that rate the highest in terms of priority when you take risk, expense, community delivery, everything into consideration. Is that correct?
That's correct. And so the request, councillors, at the August meeting was for 5 key projects for each group. And I think everybody probably have a different view on what or could have a different view on what a key project. We've gone through the Capital Works programme and brought these projects to you.
In conjunction with the matrix, is it? The prioritisation matrix?
Well, with each general manager with the projects.
Oh,
the
right.
councils now have access to all of our Capital Works programme through the BI dashboard. So if there's another project that you'd have a preference for reporting, I'm happy to include those.
Okay, thank you. So just for clarification then, it is actually at the general manager's discretion which is the top 5 that we see in this report.
Key projects.
Thank you.
Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on the priority projects report, I noticed cyber security initiative is at 0%. Does that raise a concern that, on looking at that, you would imagine that no work has been done or spent in relation to that?
There's plenty of work being done at this time in this space. We have a new position that we will be going out to the market shortly to recruit that position, but we are doing work in this area.
Are there any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move that the monthly financial performance statement be received by Councillor Shine and McDonald? Those in favour? That's carried. I will wait this time. Right, we'll move to item 10, and item 10.1 is the Planning and Development Group report. Mr. GM. Stuart.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors. And there's no one in the gallery now. Oh, maybe the gallery.
You're not
Good
far
morning
out.
to the gallery. The report is on the council agenda, and I'm more than happy to take questions in regard to any matter that's on that or any other matter, full stop.
Any questions? Councillor Von Hoff and then Councillor McMahon.
I have 2, if I might, Chair. Through you, the first one, Stuart, I raised this ahead of time with you too.
You did, thank you.
We would have seen in the news last week the decision from Minister Miles to intervene at Redlands Shire Council for their planning scheme. And my question for us is, what have we done differently to avoid a similar fate?
It's a good question. there's a lot of differences actually. Redland, just to clarify, it's not their planning scheme that I think the Minister was concerned about, it's the housing policy itself. Redland's housing strategy was adopted 11 or 12 years ago and was relying on the 2006 statistics. And that's a long time ago, really. A lot of water has gone under the bridge since then, and I think basically the government's been a little concerned that that particular council might not have been bringing their housing policies up to date. In terms of what this council has been doing, we first adopted our housing strategy in 2013 using the 2011 stats. Since then, we updated the housing strategy in 2019, along with the general review of the various planning provisions in the 2012 planning scheme. We relied upon the 2016 statistics for that particular document. The housing analysis will be updated during the financial year to incorporate the latest census data and consider the current housing situation. Again, as I said, a lot of water's gone under the bridge over the last few years, and there's a dire shortage of rental housing of all categories. So that is an area of housing that is an issue. Council has undertaken a comprehensive review of land supply, which we're aware of. The new updated housing analysis and new growth plan will inform the new planning scheme to ensure that it delivers land supply to most anticipated demand over the next 20 years. And so the updated LGIP will also ensure that there is adequate provision of infrastructure across the region, particularly in those new identified greenfield areas when they are identified, but also to ensure that in terms of urban growth within the brownfield areas, our existing urban areas, that the infrastructure isn't going to be overburdened by any possible impost by medium density development going forward. And housing diversity and choice has been identified as a key element of Council's vision for the region in the new planning scheme. So housing has a key position in the planning going forward. Also, I have to say that we have a very good dialogue with the various housing agencies in state government and the semi-government agencies such as Brisbane Housing. Jade Bebbington in particular has been the lead on that one and has regular dialogue with housing. This is going to be increasingly important as the state invests its many hundreds of millions of dollars on the medical facilities that are going to go into this region, and particularly with key worker housing. One of the areas we are most direly short of is key worker housing, and that's the one we're having a very good, hard, long dialogue with Department of Housing at this very minute. So I think chalk, cheese, in terms of comparing the two municipalities in regard to housing policy.
Thank you very much for that, Stuart. I really appreciate the depth of the answer there. It was, I'm sure, maybe other councillors who have been in local government for longer may have seen something similar previously, but I'd never seen something like that. So it definitely gained my attention. The other one, through you, Chair, it's actually about the Bridge Street Quarry, which I would probably ordinarily direct to General Manager Brady and potentially tell me if it is a better question to go to him. But my question is this: you on the first page of your report, you talk about the procurement documentation for the rehabilitation and use planning is in development for the Bridge Street Quarry, and again, tell me if it's better directed to General Manager Mike, but I had the thought that we are constantly in this council having more projects than we would like to, than we can fund. And the funding of the quarry is something that comes up and up and up again. And I just wonder, what would it take for council to consider funding the quarry works with the offset market and using biodiversity credits? How would we consider that in how we're going about this whole process?
That's a wonderful question.
It's a good question, isn't it?
I don't understand it.
Well, okay, I'll put it on ice and I'll send it to
Take it on notice, I think,
yeah.
the best thing.
Maybe, councillor, General Manager might be in a better position, but I'm not sure, because if it was going to be an engineering question, it would be certainly Mike's. But you're talking about the funding of this.
I am. I'm talking
and
about
it
because
may in fact be a question for General Manager Anne Marie.
maybe, yeah, just as an idea of how we can potentially fund this. Maybe there is the opportunity through the biodiversity credit and the offset markets.
Oh, you got me. I'm going
Question on
to do
notice.
a bit of reading up on all that. I think.
Okay,
I think
thanks.
you better give him time. Councillor McMahon, you were next, were you? Thanks, Councillor Bonhoff.
Thank you, Chair. Look, Stuart, I was just wondering, we, since our last month, since we got up there, we have had all sorts of issues on Reese Road. I would just, and the community, some of them are understanding council's point of view, but I think a lot of them don't understand what's going on and how a council or council just can't go stand out there in front of the bulldozers. So I'm actually wondering if you could just explain for the community and you know, a refresher for us around the table, the situation out there and what council can do in the future around that.
Yep. Look, thank you, because there are the two dimensions to this issue. There's the past and the legacy zonings, the situation we've had in the past with legislation from state government, and there's the future, which is represented by possibly new legislation at state level and a new planning scheme and new approach to land development, and most importantly, the identification of those new growth fronts. Where we identify the new greenfield areas or the growth fronts is critical to this issue, and part of that identification will require fairly careful research in terms of what's on that land at the moment, is if it's ecologically important, and this is a standard approach to land use across the world really these days, is that you do this initial survey of, you know, visual and other surveys of the land you're looking at to ensure that you're not going to crush the life out of healthy ecological areas that are extant at the moment. You look at maybe degraded farm, you know, the ideal is to look for degraded farmland or lands that are adjoining your existing urban areas that are not actively ecological, that have been somewhat degraded by agricultural activities, and that's not a reflection on agriculture, but it does have a pretty heavy hand sometimes in terms of the impact that you know, it has on land. And so that's the critical bit. That's the strategic planning elements that we're talking about, that Heath's talking to you about, and we'll come back to you with looking at where the new growth areas are. As we've said before, the 2012 planning scheme dealt with legacy areas. We did not introduce any new greenfield areas in the 2012 scheme. We were dealing with legacy areas from the 7 other councils that exist around the Toowoomba area. So looking to the future, we're hoping that we will have less of a problem at the DA stage, which is what's been occurring at the DA stage, because it will have been resolved at the strategic planning stage. However, that doesn't mean there won't be there won't be trees or existing trees in our existing urban developed areas that we might want to keep in one way or another, or even in our new greenfield areas. Brisbane City Council took an approach back in about 2011, 12, I think, or 13, where they toughened up in terms of their planning policies, their planning schemes and their local laws, and in hand and glove with the state government, actually, to strengthen a lot of those planning areas for vegetation, existing trees on private lots and a whole range of things. So they still have issues, of course, but certainly I think we have a bit to learn from the likes of Brisbane and some of these other councils, but we also have a huge opportunity going forward. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, no, thanks, Stuart. I really appreciate your answer. If I could make comment on two things, I think I really agree with what you said about Brisbane. They're a lot bigger than us, and they're still finding places to build houses, and you know, we seem to be at that kind of developing into a big city phase and trying to get it right. But I take your point about pre-amalgamation issues or decisions, not issues, and I'd probably like to look a little more deeper at this whole idea of the best area for houses is old farming land, but we also have quite strict conditions on keeping our farming land for farming and not houses. So there's that give and take as well that I think, you know, we'll probably unpack in the next few months.
Yeah, quite right. And there is that issue of, you know, it's called peri-urban or rural, urban-rural edge, which it used to be called before peri-urban got trendy. Those areas often have degraded farmland, agricultural land, because of the impacts from the urban areas, dogs, cats, people, all the rest of it, sort of legging it around farms and what have you, can be a problem, can be have adverse impacts on legitimate agricultural activities. So you find that for one reason or another you get conversion either to urban development or worse than that is rural residential subdivision, which is, you know, there are specific problems with rural residential development, and as a consequence, the state government is very hard to convince when you're looking to provide more rural res in your planning scheme. So, yeah, good questions.
Thank you.
All go to the heart of how we can protect those trees that are out there and provide habitat. I think that's the critical element.
Yeah, and there's broader questions on habitat and corridors and all of those buzz questions that I'm very excited at looking at more. But thanks for your answers.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I may be a bit off track, but following on from Councillor Timms, the only way we can protect these is for the state government to come in, and I point to the area out at Pittsworth where a farm owner has cleared land out there. Had koalas been properly mapped out there, that wouldn't have happened. So local government can't do anything about it, but state government can, and state government should. And when you're told by the state government people that are mapping koalas, as well as we talk koalas, but when we're talking koalas, we're talking about sugar gliders, owls, all these things. The thing is that when they're telling people who have koalas in their eyesight that there's no koalas there, that is just ridiculous. And I think that we talk about South Australia, where the state government has mandated and put mapping and declared that trees of significance and substance need to be incorporated into developments. We could learn a lot from them, but we can do nothing on our own without the overarching support or statutory requirements of a state government. And that is the only way, and our community needs to understand that, because they can find us whenever a substantial tree, and it's very sad, is cut down. It's the local government they blame, and it actually is the province. It's the responsibility of the state government. We're a child of the state government. They need to step up and do something substantial in this space, particularly koala mapping. Everyone was happy. I hope it's not just ticking a box because they're not wanting to know where the koalas are, and the only way we can protect them is if they're correctly mapped and they're open to being told where they are and having proof on the ground. So the mapping, the strategic mapping, is most important in this case, and that can only be done and mandated by the state government.
That's true, and through look, the obvious policy delivering a platform for the state government in land use is the regional plans. And we have two that affect us in particular, the SEQ regional plan and the Darling Downs regional plan. The regional plan for Darling Downs is a bit of a wimpish affair. Doesn't cover a lot of the land uses that we need to, but I think that's up for review very soon, and will be a great opportunity for this council to try and get a lot of the material you've been talking about and other guidelines into a regional plan.
And Mr Mayor, if I could just have a follow-up there, the escarpment country isn't just the other shires that are along the escarpment, it was Toowoomba City too. So the escarpment country is very rich in wildlife and areas of it. We can't protect everything because people need houses. But at the end of the day, the best of that needs to be protected.
Very much. Hand over now to Councillor Shine. You have a question, followed by Councillor Carl.
Yeah, no, thanks. Just a quick one, I think. In relation to landscape advice, I wasn't aware that that's given. It's under Regional Architecture and Heritage Service. This is a free advice service that council gives if you know you want run-of-the-mill landscape advice on your property. It's available, and no, it's not a regulatory thing. It's a helpful advice type activity.
It's a coin with two sides. There is the regulatory side and the guy that does it has got a good name, Stuart. Stuart looks at...
Same spelling?
No, different spelling. You know,
well, there you go.
It's
Could
the
be
inferior
different
spelling. There's a regulatory side, of course, and he works with DA closely in terms of the statutory landscape plans. And one of the approaches we will be talking to council about is including the landscaping in the operational works side of things, which it isn't at the moment, but in most councils it is. But the other side of that coin is his advice to people, particularly in terms of character areas, the character zones in our area, but also anyone who wants advice on the sort of plants to plant in their gardens in a particular area. They're free to give that advice. That's helpful, and to encourage people to put the right sort of plants into their front gardens, not oaks.
It will have great application from now on.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor Carl.
Oh, Mr Chair, the discussion's moved on somewhat, but just to say that we're in group reports and we actually don't debate our views. I'd encourage councillors to be really engaged around the land use planning discussion that'll be coming shortly to council, because that's the pointy end, that's the strategic end of where we formulate strategic policy under the umbrella of the planning scheme, which then filters down to what happens on the ground at a DA process. So there are things that council very much can do under the existing state legislation and the evolving, changing state legislation. So there is very much stuff that we can do and bolster up our, what we call overlays, and fill the gaps in with policy that gives clear, concise direction to our growth settlement patterns in the future and to the sector that chooses to develop, or landowners that choose to develop. It gives clear messages, and I consider we've got quite a bit of work to do there.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Any further questions? Councillor O'Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Stuart, I don't want to be one of those people who answer my question with a question, but the 60% of in the development services part of the report being determined within statutory timeframes, is that a staffing issue?
Multiplicity of reasons, to be honest. Staffing, certainly, and at a senior level we're missing a couple of principals or senior planners in the ranks at the moment. They're very hard to actually recruit. We've been recruiting quite successfully graduates and people with a couple of years experience who are by definition generally a lot younger and also are not married and don't have children in school and a whole range of other things that tie people to an area. So, and also the competition amongst particularly state and local governments generally, for the resources that are out there is a bit of a problem. And planning is no different to accounting or engineering in particular, and some of these other professions. We are in the marketplace competing for the same scarce resource, and some of the other councils have an ability to pay more than we do. The state government's certainly paying a lot more. We've lost Rodney O'Brien and a couple of other senior guys to the state. And as far as I can tell, the reasons were pretty much that the state was offering a fair bit more money at the end of the day. That's the issue, and that's the reality. So, having said that, the 60% also reflects the resources issues in some of the areas that contribute to or provide advice to the DA area. And some of those areas are a bit slow because they've lost some people as well. So that doesn't help. And also there's the issue of, particularly with the impact assessment applications, of negotiating and working through with the applicants, getting them to bring it, submit fresh plans or additional information, traffic information, what have you. So it reflects all those issues. It's not, can't shoot it home to just one issue. But 60% is not something we'd write home to Grandma about. It's not the sort of thing we're aiming at. We're aiming at 80%. Our RALs, or our subdivision applications, have fared a little better, I think, from memory. They were around 72% or 70-something%. Yep.
So what's the implication then, Stuart, if you're not reaching those, apart from our own internal KPIs and things?
What's the
implication if they're not
us
decided on this?
The implication is
they're the deemed approval.
We end up reporting
with the code.
Pardon?
Sorry, you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say the implications is that we don't hit our targets in terms of the turnaround times. And it's a bit difficult. As I said, there are all those reasons there, particularly for the MCUs. RALs rely mainly, an RAL generally has an MCU already, so that's a given, and they are relying on more information from the engineering areas, and it's a much more narrow field for the RALs, so hence we're able to turn those around a bit quicker.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor O'Sullivan, Councillor Carl, those in favour? That's carried.
Thank you, councillors.
Right, move on to item 10.2, Water and Waste Services. Damien?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors. If we may take the report as read, Mr. Mayor, and go to questions.
There are questions for the GM. Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Damien, for the report. May I just ask, on page 34 of Board Books, talking about the Clifton reverse osmosis water treatment plant, it says that it's been in operation since April 2022, which is approximately 19 weeks now, but there have been some issues identified with the waistline. Just wondering, when will that plant be actually completely operational?
It is functional and completely operational at the moment. What we haven't done is taken completion of the contract and relieve the contractor of all obligations in relation to handover of the project to us. So there's a defects list. So we are making water there, but there was a defects list that the project manager wanted to close out before we took what's called practical completion and contract completion.
Thanks for the clarification. Thanks, GM.
Any further questions from the floor? No further questions? Okay. Someone like to move the receipt of the Water and Waste Services report, please? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Summerfield, those in favour? That's so carried. Right, we'll move. Thank you very much. We'll move to item 10.3, infrastructure services. Let us know, Wendy. All good? All under control down that end.
Good afternoon, councillors. Report from the Infrastructure Services Group for the month of August 22 is tabled there. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, Councillor Melissa, then Councillor Shine, then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, General Manager Brady, for the report. Just wondering if you can expand on how the emergent works are going under DRFA for the flood works, please.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. In respect to emergent works phase, that concluded on or about the 20th of August, and so we've now moved into council back July there, supported what we're calling priority reaper works or priority repair works across the region. So the teams moved straight into that. So that's the works that many of the teams have taken forward. That includes roads such as Emu Creek Road in the north, where there's about 350 major patches of, that have got to be all done. That's just one road. So that just gives you some insight into the scale of what we've got to do. We're also still assisting TMR on some of their matters as well.
Second question.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Brady, just for the community's information more than anything, I've had some queries, and I know it's not just myself, but there's been others around the table that have received these queries, that works have been done following the events, the flood events, but the works that have been done seem to be very temporary. And then we've had to come back and redo the temporary works. Can you please explain what the theory is behind that, please?
Yeah, thank you. You're correct. The emergent works is about opening the road to traffic, and as best we can at that point in time, and as quickly as possible as well. So the time and efforts invested, there was over 7,600 locations across the region, and it's getting to and attending to each of those through that 10 months from November through to August. In some cases, that level of temporary patch, band-aid treatment, call it, obviously with the further rain events that we had 3 declared disasters, so each time they were back and forth to, in many cases, the same location to again do that other temporary piece of work. So just keeping the network operational has been the focus of that in the last 10 months. We're now moving into that repair and solid phase. So that said, with La Nina forecast for this summer, I do expect that we'll have some repeat of, unfortunately, the last 12 months. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, now to Kerry Shine, followed by Jeff McDonald and Councillor Carol Taylor.
No, thanks, Chair. Basically, in the same subject matter as the questions asked by Councillor Melissa Taylor, I was intrigued to hear a report on the radio in the last couple of days that in Australia we spend roughly about 97% of the money with respect to flood damage. We spend 97% on recovery, but only 3% on prevention. And bear in mind the El Nino continuing, is there anything we can do to improve that sort of proportion locally, or not realistically?
Yeah. There's a number of, thank you, Councillor Shine. There's a number of things happening, I suppose, in respect to preparedness, in respect for what we're doing, you know, for the coming potential wet season and summer ahead. That's both from an LDMG perspective, so from a pre-wet season preparedness. And there's a lot of work behind the scene. I'm happy to share a little bit of information with councillors. I might actually email out a little bit of that. But it's looking at, there's a lot of work going into intelligence gathering and monitoring works that we do there. Internally facing what we're doing from a communications perspective, and then externally facing. So we're working with the comms engagement teams in getting stuff to go out to communities in the not too distant future. There's a lot of work in behind the scenes on our community flood risk portal project. So we hope that'll be fully operational in November. There's other enhancements to the Toowoomba Region Disaster Dashboard, so elements like that. There's our LDMG, or Local Emergency team, through Jenna Buckley. They do a fair bit of community engagement, such as coming up in October, Cecil Plains Emergency Services Day. So working closely with our emergency services and our SESs and the like. Over the last couple of months, there's been a fair bit of capability improvement and training of staff and officers in regards to the Local Disaster Coordination Centre and how we manage those sorts of things. So there's work there. There's work going in behind the scenes on evacuation centres, management and different things like that. On the ground, we're doing, this is, when you look at those numbers, the 97%, 3%, and unfortunately the disaster element will always by far outweigh any preparation that we could ever do. So, you know, a cyclone or an earthquake or a major flood event, unfortunately, will always cause significant damage. But what we're trying to do, there's a lot of effort gone into all our cross-drainage structures, trying to make sure that they're clear as best we can for any flood events. We've been workshopping with our team and staff on any improvements that we can take from the learnings of the last 12 months, what we can do there. There's lots of planning in regards to what materials we've got to stockpile for the season ahead, and make sure that, you know, rock and gravel and sand and all those sorts of things are in place, so we're not caught short at the 11th hour there. Reviewing hotspots, flooding hotspots, and looking at that. And that probably then leads me into what we're doing just in the last fortnight or week. Through Queensland Reconstruction Authority, the state has now put out their guidelines for betterment improvement funding submissions. So our flood team that we have up working with us we've been working on in the background, a lot of work in behind the scenes in regards to opportunities for betterment, and so we'll be putting those forward. The unfortunate thing, by the time we get approval, some of those, some may be gone. So, but that said, hopefully we can take advantage of that as quickly as we can, and once we get that funding, and move forward with whatever resilient betterment improvements that we can bring forward. So there's a huge amount of work behind the scenes happening, and I know also, I know from discussions with GM Platts, the work that they're doing behind the scenes as well in the water space. I know also GM Hauser through that side as well. There's a lot of this sort of planning and thinking happening behind the scenes and as part of our operations.
Thank you for your comprehensive answer.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Chair Mike. It's the first 2 dot points under transport and drainage, Mike, in regard to the first one with the state now engaging with key stakeholders regarding the proposed development of a strategic business case, Toowoomba to Gladstone, Inland Rail, and of course that was 10 million, was it federally funded, then matched in kind by the state to do this with an expected finish time mid-2023 as the business case. Just from a stakeholder perspective, does that what added pressure does that put on your team in regard to working with that, given what we're already doing with Inland Rail, and is there any level of compensation for time spent in order to be engaged with that?
Presently, the two officers, key officers involved are myself and Manager Transport and Drainage Planning, Rod Betts. So at the moment, we're part of a working group which has representation from councils and other key state agencies, and those meetings are about every 4 weeks. So at the moment, our input tends to be more through that and at that senior level. In respect to this, the work itself's being done in regards to the strategic business case by or led by TMR, and it's really the phase where we'd really get heavily impacted resource-wise would be if that project, goes through from a strategic business case, and then they move into detailed business case. That next phase would potentially need a fair bit more input from us, and then if that business case was ever then funded, obviously a bit like the Inland Rail project as it is now, would probably need a team involved at that point.
I'm just very conscious of the pressures that you've got at the moment with what's happening. The second dot point was really interesting to be invited or to go along as a observer for the RAPTAC meeting on the 12th of August in regard to a citizen science project where a couple of young school children presented with some adults as well in regard to their project that they did, the survey of the area. I just wouldn't mind if it was possible even to have a deputation or something from them in regard to that, because I thought what the perspective of the youth particularly was quite valuable, I thought, around Oakey, some of the findings there that they had. So I just wouldn't mind if that was something to be considered, how they would do that, and if it was possible to do it, information session for councillors or even a deputation of some description. Mightn't be I think the other councillors would get some value out of that as well. I certainly got plenty out of it. I thought it was very good.
Thank you. I'll take that on board.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to take this opportunity right now to relay council's, ask Mr Brady to relay council's appreciation to our teams, particularly our construction and maintenance teams, on the outstanding effort to log damage, which you said before was well over 7,000 damage points across the whole region by the end of August. And actually, to do that as well as their day jobs, and as was mentioned before, bring temporary works on many of those areas, I suppose. But that wasn't I mentioned down here on the Works on Roads briefing sessions, 3 Works on Roads briefing sessions with presenters from DTMR with the new, well, they're not quite new now, but the regulations and the responsibilities of groups. And I understand that has caused a lot of, a lot of work for our TNDP people, and it's pleasing to see that there were 40 industry participants. I mean, it's the new rules that have to be observed. So do you believe that might, hopefully that might result in people having more understanding of what their responsibilities are in that space, Mike?
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Look, most definitely for those that attended, I think that the event themselves, we ran, as it indicates there, three briefings through the day. There was good attendance from some, and obviously there's You know, those that are immediately involved attended. Those that may come in the future, obviously unknowingly, may not know the rules and how they impact. And they are fairly robust requirements now, the temporary traffic management. I'd also like to say thank you to our safety team through
Yes, no, great.
Mike Courtney and Adam Brighouse, who are key to helping organise this event, this session, as well as Rod Betts and Moray Illingworth. So the work that we've done and the speakers that came along are very renowned industry speakers on this space. So the good thing from our speakers is that they took the lead on a lot of the questions and were able to indicate that this isn't, as I've said to council before, this isn't council making these requirements from a temporary traffic management. This is a state legislative requirements. And temporary traffic management is led by the state through the MUTCD, so requirements. So we've got to abide with those temporary requirements as much as anybody else. And yeah, so we're only managing it as the custodians of our local road network.
Yeah, I realise that, Mike, and it's great for TMR to be partnering with us on putting these on because, you know, I know you've mentioned before that there's somewhat a lack of understanding, so having more of these workshops as we're going forward perhaps might just bring everyone up to speed a little bit more. Thank you very much.
Are there any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received, please? Councillors Carol Taylor and Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. Would someone like to move that we adjourn for lunch? Councillor McDonald, and I think Councillor O'Sullivan, you were showing signs of pain down there before. I'll let you second that. Thank you. We'll resume at 1:30. Councillors, we'll resume the meeting, and I now call on the General Manager, Nick, to come forward, please, and present his report, Environment and Community Services.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. The group report for the Environment and Community Services Group is presented for you with your agenda papers. Happy to take any questions that you might have in relation to the content in that report.
Are there any questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to GM Nick. The fair amount of the report, Nick, is in regard to fire management, bushfire management. One of the elements with QFES actually having now a First Nations person on their staff as well. So do you have any concerns with our program based on what's in the report going forward into what is regarded as the fire season, yet we have heard on multiple occasions about the wet weather coming as well. Do you have any level of concern that you think councillors should be made aware of?
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. No, I don't hold any immediate concern in relation to the upcoming fire season. I know that there's interest in this particular area. That's why we've gone to some effort to provide some background detail to make you aware of all the challenges that we are facing. So we're still recovering from damage from floods earlier in the year around some of our fire trail network. We are experiencing high rates of vegetation growth, as you'd appreciate. However, given the prevailing conditions, it is green, it is wet, predicting more wet seasons. It's not ideal. It's not ideal for encouraging bushfire. So bushfire is very unlikely in the current prevailing conditions. Having said that, as that vegetation cures over time, if it's not this year, if it's next year, then there's some challenges for us. And so we're taking those things into consideration now in our preparation for upcoming fire seasons and any hazard reduction burns and other works that we need to do.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's not mentioned in here, Nick, but there's been a lot of comment from the community recently about the explosion in wild pigs. And I know that there's been some funding that has come to an end, obviously, state funding, I think. There's been also an explosion of wild dogs along and out in your area and out at Pittsworth in the forestry and also along the escarpment. So I guess the landowners out there, I see here we've got about the baiting, but I don't know, would you, and maybe you don't know, maybe it's a question on notice. There's been a lot of comment recently on the ABC and on some web Facebook sites where the funding has come to an end and there's been just this big explosion of wild pigs, which are been quite devastating in the mud and stuff. So perhaps you could just take, I don't know what we can do about it. But we need the support of the other level of government, and perhaps we might be able to, if we got it through LGAQ, to lobby for some more assistance in that space.
Happy to take
that. Actually, sorry, I forgot my main point really. Should we ever end up with F&M in this country, we'll never stop it because we've just got such a lot of wild pigs. So thanks.
Happy to take that question.
I did note the other day in some reading that I was doing that there's apparently a new way of totally different approach towards wild pigs and a different chemical, totally different product. So it may just be a sales gimmick. I wouldn't have a clue, but you're dead right. There's a lot of pigs around, and they present the biggest risk with any outbreak of foot and mouth.
And perhaps, Mr Mayor, we're attending a meeting, I don't know whether you are Friday next week, I think, as a hookup with biosecurity, and I think, or might be this Friday, I think it's this Friday, but I'll talk to you about that. But at the end of the day, perhaps the state government might be, and federal, because federal have got the lead in that space, but there might be some sort of a concerted effort made to try to focus on that.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Carroll, for your comments. And At our last biosecurity meeting, we had a presentation by the state government on the FMD, which they are doing a lot of engagement with various people, including this one that's coming up, about which the disaster committee have been invited to. There is a lot of work being done in that area, but also in relation to the pigs and dogs. We had a very in-depth discussion on that around the table about what we could do to get further uptake on the baiting program, because there has been a little bit of a dip down, but I think it is heading back up again, was what the staff told us at that meeting. But the other thing that came up, and you need to realise there are community representatives on that biosecurity committee, and they were saying that they're not seeing the dogs and the pigs as they had been previously, and they believe that is the reason why there's not been the same uptake has previously occurred. So, Mayor, you often mention the forestry, and I think we need to work with the state government to focus on a program there, because I think that's an issue that is pertinent just to that area, because I think the rest of the region isn't doing too badly. So I think we need to fully understand where the problems are, and if it is purely the forestry, which is typical to me, a breeding ground where it's very hard to control them. So we need to make sure that and maybe we get someone like Darren from SQL, Southern Queensland Landscapes, who's very good with his pig tracking. He does the collars, and he tracks where all the pigs goes and picks out their patterns and everything, and maybe that's what could be done in the forestry. But it requires funding, and we could work in collaboration with the state government to try and resolve that problem.
I know they do aerial bait, some areas that I'm speaking of, but anywhere there's Crown land, it's basically is code for neglect, and we know that, and that's probably the areas we need to do it. Councillor Carroll?
If I could just have a comment, there's also forestry around Pittsworth where one of our premier fat lamb breeders is, and he just gets lots of, they get a lot of dingoes out of the forestry there, but no, the dingoes have actually increased along the escarpment. Yep. They brought down a calf the other day, so that's, they're there, and I just don't know, it's hard, we've got a big region, so it's very difficult to cover all that, but in areas they've bred up.
So could I just suggest, Councillor Carroll, are you aware if that's been reported in, so that we are aware of something like that, so that there can be a focus in that area?
I have no idea. I've just spoken to the farmers about it. I think that they would be aware of their of where they should report that to, I would have thought. I'll check next time I'm talking.
Yeah, there's some areas where there's groups that kill lots of dogs, and they sort of don't say much about it.
They just get on with it, yeah.
Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to Nick, if I might, I take it's just a limitation of description, but under property services it says new grazing licences over Warrego Highway, Oakey. I presume you mean adjacent to somewhere at Warrego Highway as opposed to...
Yes, that's correct. It wouldn't be a grazing licence over the highway itself. That's probably the address of the property, but we're missing the detail of whatever number it is. Yes, correct. Thank you.
I think the grass beside the road is more palatable than the bitumen. Well, that's my understanding, but I might know all the facts. Councillor Tim, did you have your hand up?
Chair, thanks. Look, just first of all, endorse the comments around our feral animal management. We've also got weeds, a fair lot of them going around the rural areas now, and wet weather, the transport's bringing them. So shout out to our pest management who deal with plants and wildlife, and I know they're doing quite well in that. And further, I was going to pick up on the fire management with a wet year, and thanks for your work, Nick, on doing what can be done. And it's also in the report, Festival of Food and Wine went really well, and I thought there were some record crowds there as well. Just a question, Nick, and perhaps it can be taken on notice. We have some large trees around the place, and we have a national heritage body that looks after the trees, right? And trees of national significance through the National Trust can be put on that as local, regional and state significance. Sometimes they die of natural causes, like happened in Laurel Bank just a few months ago. But if a property owner or council wanted to put a tree or apply for a tree to be put on that register of significance, would you be able to provide some information to councillors that we might pass on to the community on how's the best way to do that? And I'm happy for that to be a question on notice. Thanks, Nick.
Sure, yeah, I'll have to take that on notice if you don't mind, Councillor Tim. I don't know that process, but I'll confirm that and circulate.
Any further questions? Councillor Von Hoff and then Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. This is one that I've pathwayed, Nick, but there was some commentary on Brisbane social media during the lead up to the parade about people who had come to Toowoomba for the parade and then had wanted to do some of the bushwalks as well while they were here. And they were commenting on the amount of privet and lantana and weed in general on the escarpment, and the perception issues then that comes with, we're really trying to showcase the gardens here, but along that escarpment, as was just mentioned, it is big, it is steep. It's really difficult to do pest management and conservation along that escarpment. But the question is, when those sort of issues arise with members of the public, especially the tourists coming to our region who make those observations, what are we doing, I guess, to try to control the lantana and privet and so on? And goodness knows, I have first-hand experience of just how pervasive it is and how gnarly it is, and it is a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. But what are we doing, and do you feel like we're getting on top of it, or is it a battle that we're losing?
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Look, I think it's probably a battle that will be going on forevermore. So, whether commentary about are we getting on top of it or are we losing, I think we stay the same. The more we try, the more we stay standing still, and we do what we can with the resources that are available to us. I think we've got some really good partnerships with community groups like Friends of Escarpment Parks, and we thank them for the work that they do, and we have some wins in some of those areas, but they're probably not in those accessible areas that those tourists that you're talking about frequented on the weekend, perhaps. So, like I always say, anything's possible. Lots more time and heaps more money, and resource constraints are a challenge for us, and we do what we can. If it's an area that requires more focus, that's something that we can review.
Okay, Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Nick. Just looking at the arts and culture strategy, and maybe it was during that period I was away, but I'm just wondering, has that actually come to, it hasn't come to us yet, because I'm just keen to get the input from, because we've got a couple of newer councillors on board now, and they've got some great ideas that I've heard them talking about, and I'd love to see that embraced in that strategy. So I look forward to that coming to us.
Yes, it will come. I probably should speak in the microphone rather than do these ones. But no, it hasn't come to council yet, but it is proposed to. So we're doing that community consultation, that it'll work its way through those other mechanisms. Input was sought from councillors in establishing the scope some time ago, but there will be more opportunities for input, definitely.
Any further comments? No further comments. Councillor O'Shea has moved the receipt of that report. Councillor McMahon has seconded that. Those in favour? That's carried. We'll now move to Finance and Business Strategy. General Manager Anne-Marie.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'll take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Anne-Marie, I think it's brought up just about every month about our staff turnover rate, and it just seems to be ticking up and up and up and up. I know we've got the strategy with Rosita and all of that, but where do you sort of see us going to, and you know, at what point do you think, you know, we need to be employing some other strategies, or you know?
I would say that council, like every other employer at the moment, is concerned about retention, and we're certainly doing everything we can in this talent and retention space to ensure we're attracting the right people for the organisation and then keeping them, retaining them.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald? And then
Thanks.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a comment more than anything, and I wondered, given in General Manager Summers' report earlier with our building certification, now we're doing work outside, and noting that we've had one of our rates and revenue staff members at Lockyer Valley assisting for 3 months, or could still be down there. I just, you know, local governments generally work together pretty well, but I just wonder whether there's a time, given the question that was just raised by Councillor O'Hara Sullivan, and it's top of mind on all local governments, I'm sure, about retaining staff and attracting staff, how much more we could do together as far as local government as an organisations right across the state, indeed the nation. We've got a motion going to the state conference in regard to cyber security and what can happen. I know there's other motions with similar themes that will be going to the state conference as well about working together. So I just wonder whether doesn't really need a comment at this stage or an answer, but I just wonder whether that's something that more broadly local governments need to look at, because we obviously have strengths and others don't have those strengths where we can share, and fortunately we've been able to do that with Lockyer Valley in this instance. But is that conversation that you have with other local governments at all, Anne-Marie?
Yes, I'm happy to take that one on notice, but as an example, Toowoomba Regional Council has run the rates workshop every year, with, you know, facilitated that. We've also run a payroll workshop with our neighbours, just looking at best practice and the impacts in the industry, and they're both very successful prior to COVID, obviously, but hopefully we can get them back up working and sharing resources and continuing to work together.
I mean, we sing the praises of Shane Morris regularly, and deservedly so, because he's certainly the benchmark as far as rates and revenue go, seems to be the go-to person. So, you know, you like to help others out as best we can and share resources, and you know, perhaps that's a better approach for local governments into the future, because there's a lot of similarities that should be shared rather than duplicating across the state, like a lot of other community organisations, to be fair, where a sharing of resource of admin costs could help. And sometimes, of course, it's through necessity that does the work of courage in some of these cases, because, you know, we're forced to do things, whereas we would never have even thought about doing it in the past. So, yeah, just a comment more than anything. Observation, I guess.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Anne-Marie, I'm on the same wavelength as the previous two speakers. Just concerning that it's growing. If you look at F&B, they're up by 3 from last month, if I'm reading this right, and P&D is up by 3 as well. So that's significant numbers in those departments that must be impacting on productivity and also impacting on fellow staff who are, because of the short staff, they get pressure on them to do more. And so it's quite concerning that that these numbers are here. And I just wonder, we're now doing exit interviews with each and every staff member. I believe that was what was agreed to. So I'm wondering, are we correlating that with anything? Are we using the information from the exit interviews to see whether there's something that can be done to be addressed in these areas to ensure we do retain the staff that we've got, as well as bringing in new staff?
I can assure you that an analysis of exit interviews is a priority for the CEO and myself at the moment. So we've certainly taken them very seriously, given our staff an opportunity to tell us, you know, if there's anything we can do better, to share that, and certainly something that we are very keen to review, analyse, and make sure we're learning from those.
So I just wonder whether that couldn't be added to our reporting in a decanted sense, insofar as we're leaving because we're getting a job with better pay, we're leaving because we're leaving the region, we're leaving because we're unhappy, whatever that may be. If we could just get that added to the table, I think that would help us understand why we're getting such an increase. I mean, I know there's an environment out there as well, but those numbers don't look good for us. Yeah, thank you.
And can I ask, are we a bit restricted by pay? Because I think see from time to time someone who's proven to be very capable is probably bought by the private sector. I had an interesting conversation with Kath Ed. I think they've got a couple of our accountants. They're delighted at what they brought to the table. Absolutely delighted with the skills they've got and what they've done for the organisation. Just a moment, we've got Councillor Hara Sullivan and then Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Emery, last month we had a presentation from Rosita, and she'd been around to a lot of the advisory groups as well, about the temporary pool. Have you had any more of an update about that, or has it started?
I'm happy to take that one on notice and send councillors an email.
Definitely, thank you. And just my other question too is, do you have some benchmarking around what the vacancy rate of other councils, similar, whether they're similar or not, but even just in the local government sector?
Yeah, we have provided that information previously, so we're happy to do that again.
Thank you.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to Anne-Marie. And I note that we've loaned a Rates and Revenue Officer to Lockyer Valley and support that. And it's always been in the days before amalgamation that the local councils around here always helped each other, particularly Toowoomba City always helped the smaller councils. But, I mean, I guess my question to you is, we've got 70 in ISG, 70 vacancies, and not likely to, because we don't, you know, salary is an issue when you get up into some of the professions, but we wouldn't loan someone if we couldn't cover that capacity, because that often, happy to support helping other local governments, but often large councils are seen as a repository of excess and too many whatever, but sometimes we may not have the capacity to be able to keep going without somebody for us. So I presume that's why it has only been for 3 months. Because if we're short in that area, it becomes a bit of a balancing act, doesn't it? How much do we want to help when in reality it may be throwing more work and more challenges onto the people that are actually with us?
So we did a lot of work a couple of years ago on succession planning within the Rates and Revenue team, being very mindful of the skills that Shane brings to the team and ensuring that he had the support he needed. The work we did a couple of years ago has allowed us now to support our neighbours, and the officer that we have that is working in Lockyer Valley is being fully supported from the Rates and Revenue team in Toowoomba.
I'm not sure that's the question I was asking. The question I'm asking is, are we able to cover the loss of that officer without any extra pressure on the people that are actually in our team?
Yes, we are.
Councillor Hara Sullivan.
Look at me with all the questions today. Anne-Marie, that just brings up another point you said about the succession planning within your group. Maybe it's a question for the CEO. How much succession planning is done in every group?
So, Councillor, what we do when general managers take leave, we usually rotate the acting GM role to provide all of our direct reports with an opportunity to step up and for development. The same with our managers. When our managers take leave, they do the same. They next level in the organisation, usually on a rotational basis, has that opportunity to step up and get some valuable experience.
So apart from acting, there's nothing sort of more formal than that, is that quite normal?
That'll be part of our management capability programme that we'll be rolling out.
Okay,
shortly.
yeah, right. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Bill? Carl?
Thanks, Chair. I don't normally ask questions in group reports, because they're operational, but I've thought of one, Anne-Marie. You made a comment about around this whole area around supporting our neighbours and that. I trust that if there's the full support of the finance team with the officer down there at the moment, that'll be on a fee-for-service basis and cost neutral to us?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. All right. When you're ready, right to go?
Yep.
Brian, over to the Chief Executive's Officer's monthly report.
And councillors, you've got the report before you there. There's a couple of comments I could add on to what was the discussion that was just happening with Anne-Marie there. The South East Queensland CEOs, I meet with them regularly, and they're actually having increases also of turnover rates within their organisation at the moment, finding it very difficult to fill vacancies. Like in the industry, it's a bit of robbing Peter to pay Paul, and people are shuffling around and being cherry picking, I suppose, some of their jobs and placing demand on all of those councils as to who pays the most, basically in relation to staying there. We do have some internal programs that do help future planning for our workforce, and I need to say also we do have in many cases an ageing workforce. So there's a lot of retirements that have happened recently, and there's more coming. We're going to be losing some key people in the organisation, which will be difficult to replace, but we'll obviously have to go out to the market and see what's available. We do have our generator program where we're relying on training and particularly professionals in the engineering area to upskill them and give them an opportunity to see what benefits there are at working at Toowoomba Regional Council and helping them through their early years in their careers. Some of those have been very successful in staying on with us and moving on through the organisation. There've been some very successful examples of that. Obviously our apprenticeships program, and your question before about the Tempo program. There's a report on page 59 of 153 there in relation to the Tempo program, and the latest update which you asked for there was 33 candidates who got through that program at this stage. Are currently undergoing their recruitment checks, referee checks, criminal history and medical checks, all those things that need to be done operationally, and appointments are to be made following successful checks by the end of September and early October. I did go to the graduation ceremony of those when those 33 came through, and it looks like it's going to be a highly successful program. There's a good cross-section across the community of people in that, representing our community, and I'm really hopeful that is another opportunity where there's an untapped assets and human resources that we can use, people before who are willing to work for shorter terms, not full-time. Some of them obviously want full-time, but they can get a taste for the organisation and then move into opportunities within Toowoomba Regional Council. And obviously the other benefit is they're local people here already, and they want to be in this region, so that helps longevity as well for recruiting those people. So is there any other questions in relation to my report? I'm happy to take those.
Any questions for the CEO? Councillor Nancy Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Brian. That was really informative what you just told us, and it's very helpful. I was wondering before when Anne-Marie was talking that maybe, is it BTS, the old, what was SDR,
Yeah,
BTS? Wonder, you know, you were talking about staff being cherry-picked to try and juggle it all. And I just wondered whether they didn't have a role to play in trying to, you know, change the way we do things to try and get those efficiencies based on the staff numbers that we do have, so that staff aren't impacted by the pressures of vacancies. So I don't know whether they can, or whether they're totally inundated with the work they've got, or what the go is.
Obviously, it's all interlinked. There's that formal recruitment and retention process that we're going through with PCE, our PCE branch at the moment, to try to formalise that more about trying to, how do we attract people, how do we retain people, and linked to that is the recruitment process and improving the efficiencies in that as well. Because people are so, at the moment, if we get contact people who applied for jobs here and they don't hear back very quickly, the market is so in favour of applicants at this point in time, they're likely to get options and other offers in the meantime. If we're not responsive in relation to that, we're cognizant of that. I'm trying to ensure that we're getting back to those successful applicants as soon as we possibly can, and even notifying them that they're successful so we can retain them. But it's a complex issue in trying to retain staff within the current environment that we've got here, where it's very competitive. People are in all industries basically are paying very good money to retain good staff. We're having good staff poached from us from private enterprise. In cases, we are using our workforce flexibility arrangements to try to increase the benefits that are available to some of the very key staff in the organisation, so that we can actually compete in some of those. But and there's some lessons to be learnt too in relation to how we do that. I've heard of instances where we've had councils that couldn't offer benefits of flexibility in relation to some of their staff, who then left and contracted back through a contractor who offered the same benefit at a higher rate. So there's a lot of things we actually need to look at when we're doing that, and that's part of that process that PCE are going through at the moment.
Okay, sounds good. So in keeping with this theme, the organisation culture improvement activities, the 1 to 3 months section, well, all of the sections, but particularly the 1 to 3 months section, we're now getting close to the 12 months, and I know some of the delays have been caused by lack of staff. But the important thing with this is, if we get this all in place, it's going to improve workers' lifestyle as so far as psychological health and safety or whatever.
Yep.
And so it plays a key part in this employment and vacancy things, I think.
Very much.
So I'd love to see us set a timeline of when we can have that completed, instead of just letting it go on and reporting to us every month. I'd love to see us say, hey, line in the sand, 31st of October, it's got to be done. Because meanwhile, the welfare of our staff are being put at risk because we haven't completed these actions. And so I'd love to see us put a timeline on all of them, but particularly the 1 to 3 months, because they were the ones that we saw as an urgent action that needed to be taken. So I'd love to see us do that. If you and ELT could have a look at capacity to deliver and try and come up with a timeline, line in the sand, this is the date, we've got to have it all completed by, so that we can look after the welfare of our staff.
And I agree, we need to do it as quick as possible. It may mean that you have to get some external resources to do some of that, but that's the balancing act again, about how we do that. But it is important that we do that. We can push that along as best we can.
That'd be fantastic, because I think the welfare of the staff overrides anything else. We've got to make sure that they're looked after, and if it means paying extra for external resources, I'd be really supportive of that, and I'm sure my colleagues would be too. So the only other thing I had, Brian, was the first one around the capital prioritisation framework. We often have discussions about that and whether it's being used properly and whether we've got it right, and it's great to see that it's being reviewed. But I noticed that it says, and I'm thinking it's a typo, the proposed framework may be the subject of a future information session.
We can change that. We can change that to will. That's fine.
Excellent.
That's
Thank you.
If it wouldn't be that, it might just come direct to council. But either way, we'll engage with council, obviously, about that.
Well, I think given the various comments around the table, it'd be great if we could workshop it and just.
So that's progressing really well. I'm really happy with the relationship between the business transformation and strategy and our corporate services in our financial area. They're both working together and getting their heads around that, and I'm hopeful that we're going to get a pretty good outcome for council to actually have a look at. It would be a very, very good starting point for those discussions when we come back to council. Good.
Any further questions for the CEO? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor, through you. Thanks for the report, Brian. I want to raise the La Nina weather event. So the question is, this would be our third one, and every single one of us in this room, if this bears out, this is what happens, we know what's going to happen in relation to council services. We're going to have, our roads are going to be damaged, we're going to have to watch that our gutters are all cleared of leaves and debris so we don't have any overflow. We're going to have dams spilling, we're going to have increased turbidity, and the pumps will be affected, and then the water treatment plants will be affected. We know that all of these, the sewerage overflows, we've learnt, right, from these last 2 years, and here we come with the predictions for the third. And so my question is, how are we drawing on those lessons that we've learnt from the past 2 events and strategising, wargaming to be prepared going into this next one?
We've certainly been working, like each individual branch is very familiar with the process and the procedure they need to follow when they do have these critical events that happen, and their skills in that area have certainly been honed in relation to the responses that are required and the responses that are expected in relation to that. Some of those things you can't avoid, and you have to wait for the additional funding that may come through for the recovery. Some of those, and you'll probably be aware that some of those are improvements to our assets so that they can be more or less prone to destruction when you have those kind of weather events, and so upgrading some of those facilities, as in drains and roads and things like that. The government in the past hasn't been particularly receptive to doing that. They've just basically been replacing like for like, but they have made some funding available for that. And I think it goes back to an issue that Councillor Shine was saying before about we seem to be just repeating and replacing rather than perhaps changing the investment that we have in relation to those kind of things. But they are very expensive events and beyond the capacities of many councils to actually respond to without the assistance of the state and federals. So we do have those contingency plans in place for these events as part of the normal business as usual process for each of our branches. So they work through that process and manage the risks that happen in relation to their business. And one of those key risks obviously is those extreme weather events. So in each case there's a response that the professionals in those particular areas are working through and have over time improved their responsiveness in relation to that. A lot of it comes back to resources and time constrictions and the availability of external resources to supplement council, because so often they're beyond our own capabilities as far as the professional side of planning for the recovery, but also the delivery of the recovery. And then when that happens, you find that all the contractors in South East Queensland who've experienced the same event are all busy as well, so it becomes a prolonged response. And we then have this tripping over of event after event after event before we've actually even recovered some of the first events that happened. So I don't think you can get a complete response apart from our emergency response management plans that we have and our recovery and contingency plans that are in place as part of our normal business.
Oh, thank you for that. I wonder if there's an opportunity then for councillors to get a briefing before December, understanding what you're saying about there's a lot of those factors are out of our control, but there's got to be lessons that we've learned and contingencies that are in place. And the list doesn't have to be exhaustive, but just so that those top of mind, highest risk issues come back to us, so that fast forward to February or January, and we're not sitting here going, oh, how could we have done this better? We have had 2 runs at this merry-go-round now, and it'd be really good to know exactly, and they might be small things, they might be big things, but just to have an idea of council learning the lessons in some areas, and this is what we're going to be doing differently.
These lessons have been not just the last 2, we've been going right back, and over the years, we've certainly, I think, become better at responding to that, become certainly more professional. And one of the key issues is the amount of auditing that we have to go through nowadays in relation to the Commonwealth and the state, both auditing our responses and how we're spending that money and being accountable for how we spend that money. That is a lot more stringent than it used to be in the past, and it creates in itself a difficult process that we have to manage, but we can't avoid it. And it's all part of the, I suppose, accessing that funding and ensuring that the state and the feds and us can all be accountable for what's being expended from the public purse. But so there's been many lessons over many, many years, and I think we're certainly better now than we were before, and there's always opportunity to improve, and I take that on board.
Yeah, thank you. It might be little things like, well, relatively speaking, increasing sand supplies and increasing the number of patrols that we do with the gutter clearing or whatever it is, just to have an idea. Thanks.
Councillor Carl and then Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, Chair, to Brian. I'm pleased to see in the CapEx stuff there's a focus on asset renewal. And I think it's very much to do with the conversation we're having right here now, and that is that we've got a backlog of stuff that's broken from these events, and we need to get on it and prioritise it, which leads me to the one that I bring up all the time, and in the revisiting the prioritisation model, it's not a one-size-fits-all or that's it, set, forget. There are these seasons that we will experience as an organisation. And you've mentioned one big serious threat to us moving forward, the La Nina weather event. So this is why that model needs to be adaptable and needs to consider seasonally, and I'm not just talking about the weather, seasonally our environment and not the physical environment, the financial, the physical, and that's where I think that we on a journey, and we need to continually revisit that document so that it resets priorities. Roads are busted. There's a lot of issues around the main 5 networks that are backlogged. So. And the other thing that springs to mind in amongst this threat and dealing with these emergencies and recovery works is I would very much foresee organisations outside of council further establishing their skills organisations for organisations such as ours in local government and other sectors to draw on as a skills pool, contracting to councils and the like. And that's because of the uncertainties where the world has changed a lot around employment, and there are lots of people who don't want to be shoeboxed either, and they see that as a distinct advantage. So for me, that's a risk in us not being abreast of the changing employment environment along with those other things that I mentioned. So I would very much welcome, as soon as we get a chance, to have a meaningful discussion around a prioritisation model in line with these sorts of risks. Yeah. Just a comment, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Councillor Shine.
Just to mention, I think it was said a few minutes ago that the worst of the La Nina will be in December or by December. I think that there's been recent reports that the worst will in fact be in October, which really, if that's true, then actually we can't do much about it probably.
Harvest time. Be good? Okay, Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, all very good words, but I think we need to have a bit of a reality check here. Council teams have had 4 events since November, and our staff across our whole organisation, and particularly the CNM, have worked tirelessly to gather the data required to put into flood recovery, as well as doing their day jobs. I mean, we really have done, and they've been picking up and encompassing, and I know ISG have, and I suggest it's been in Environment and Community and others as well, doing what they can do with the funds available to ameliorate what has happened. They're not magicians, and we've heard before, it's nearly 8,000 damage points all over the place. We have strict guidelines, as our CEO has said. We cannot claim anything without, it was cut off in August, so there was a big rush to have all that data in. If it's not in, you can't claim it. So I see the way forward as being, the way that we can make a difference is to educate our community, and I think the other level of government, particularly state, but perhaps federal as well, needs to come on board along with all our community organisations to send out very strong messages of, very common sense messages that we tried to when the event came in February. We're not going to come round because your backyard's flooded. That's not an emergency. Just the simple things, and I suggest that we put those out over and over again. Sandbags are available here, here and here, and should you need them, you can go and get them prior to it becoming an emergency. There won't be somebody at your door, at everybody's door, like they do with just those simple messages, hooking on to the state emergency and the others. But we can't be putting too much more onto our staff, I have to say. And we've had 4 events since November last year. And, we've had many, as been mentioned before. There's lots of things that have happened. We've got the Gowrie Creek strategy. We've got basins in place, much more to be done. And we need not to forget that. There's a strategy, and we need to continue to do that and make some funds available and lobby the 2 levels of government for our Neil Street culvert, which will take away a choke point there. But, I mean, we really cannot put too much more. They're not magicians. And betterment will make a difference in some places. But at the end of the day, I see our main responsibility here now is getting out clear messages, being clear, and we need to speak with one voice, being clear about what our residents need to do and what we are able to do and what SES and others are available to do without, people think that I spoke to a lot of people on that Saturday, and if the water's coming through their yard, yes, it's awful and it's pretty upsetting, but it's not a threat to life and limb. And I think that we need to be very clear with our messaging, like the fires when they did. There won't be somebody at your door if you're under threat. You need to evacuate, those sorts of things. So that's how I see it, and I think we can sit here and say all these things, but the reality is that we're very stretched here as an organisation since these events, and we can't be all things to all people. We just can't. So I think the preparedness and the strong messages are what we need to get out there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other points to be made around the room? From my personal point of view, I think that, it's not often to find 2 floods the same or 2 events the same. And I'm quite confident that our people will do all they possibly can in the circumstances. I think we've got a tremendous amount to be proud of in the flood mitigation work we've done in Toowoomba itself, and the awareness there is around the place now. It's far better. It's not perfect, and it will never be perfect. But I think you'd find that there's and the other thing about it, of course, and I may be proven wrong pretty quickly, but in my lifetime I've never found weather forecasting to be an exact science. But maybe there's an El Nino coming. I suppose that will have an impact, but just where the impact of that will be in Australia, I don't know. And we could be in it, or we could not necessarily be in it. Any more questions for the CEO? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of his report, please? Councillors McDonald and Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillors, move then, when you're ready, Wendy, just give me a nod. Good. Move then to my monthly report. It's been best described as a fairly hectic month, and of course the middle of it there, where I spent some time in Canberra and Brisbane, certainly was a busy period. You will note the first few days, 17th, 18th, 19th, there was significant work done around taking me and advising me in regard to the quarantine hub. I can't contribute anything in terms of the future of the quarantine hub, other than what industry is telling them about a work camp for workers, that kind of thing. But I think the ownership of that is in the hands of the family from April on, so I guess we'll wait and see. Many of us went to the memorial service for Venerable Master. Might I add to that there is a new Venerable Master being appointed very soon, and yes, there's a chance that I might be able to meet him somewhere along the line. Chaired a Southern Queensland Inland and New South Wales Border Regional Water Alliance Teams meeting. Now, this was just an online meeting, and it was for us to just work out what is the future of the plans that we had, and with the work that's being done by Minister Butcher and that team, although we would, the only thing I can say about that is we would like to become more involved, and we'd like the plans to be much longer than these people are talking about at this point in time. But that meeting included the new Mayor of Tenterfield as well. Spoke to Seamus Gamani regarding education with the Indigenous, regarding education and training, and I've also spoken to the acting CEO, Nick Hauser, when he was in that position, regarding the chances there are for us to exchange people from those 13 Indigenous councils, bring them down here and give them some experience, bring some of the young people down to our training facilities, and of course we've got TAFE, we've got the university, we've got 25, I think we've got 26 now, with the one we opened recently, training bodies in town, so that's pretty powerful. Pittsworth and District Alliance, Highfields Chamber of Commerce and Industry careers dinner, that was outstanding, in that there was people there who were guiding young people on what they wanted to do in the future, and some prime examples of young people who've done particularly well. I think one of the highlights of the month, and for many of us who attended, was the 25th Battalion and the Freedom of the City, that kind of thing. There's a tremendous amount for us as a community to be thankful for and to be very, very proud of. I attended the Construction Skills Queensland Board meeting, which is, they go outside of Brisbane 3 times a year. There was an executive meeting of the Council of Mayors. I did meet with a gentleman called Tom Lawton, a business manager for SkillPass, regarding his company's production skills. We unveiled the Essex Tate bust, which was, I think, in Carnival Lane, which is once again recognising a legacy that we've been given here. Political leaders lunch here in City Hall. Now, on the 3rd of September, I attended the National Tree Day, and I thought it was NELDER Park in Sunset Drive. Nick, can you help us with the name of the park? If we can just correct what's been written there. Nederland. It must have been a bit of a typo, I think, has been written in the report. It's Nelder Park. Good. Of course, there's been quite a bit of interesting stuff happening around the Country Women with their 100-year anniversary. Met with Wayne Fossey regarding our relationship here with the council. That was an extremely good meeting. Tara Castle, Chief Executive Officer of the Queensland Community Foundation, which is a very vigorous foundation that gives a lot of money in this community and also collects a lot from some of the people in this community. Now, 6th, 7th and 8th of September with Dr. Paul Curry, we attended the Federal Parliament in Canberra. We met with both sides of politics, many people, and interestingly, I was quite lifted by the attitude of some of the new ministers in terms of working with local government and the recognition of local government. So that's pretty good news. Then we had a board meeting on the return trip. Many of you were with me when we went to the ONAM Festival. I spoke at the Walk to Defeat Motor Neurone. In terms of water, Josie Rafferty and Rudolph Pletzler from the Local Government Association came to us, wanted to get a little bit of an understanding of what the Water Alliance was all about. The Battle of Miwar, of course, we've spoken about that. I attended the relaunch of the Blue Mountain Hotel, which has been done up beautifully, and it's a magnificent spot. We certainly hosted as many of you were involved in it, Moreton Bay Regional Council, also the Disability Awards, I was involved in that. Now, there's a press conference regarding the Toowoomba Rugby League finals, and then I met with Christian Rose, Regional Director of Darling Downs and Southwest Development Group, and Anthena Biotech, a company that has an interest in coming here, using abattoir waste around the small intestines of the waste to make a particular drug that's very helpful in the world. So the other thing that happened, and I was fortunate enough to be able to get it happened in a bit of a hurry, was there's an exporter-importer from Vietnam. And if ever you want to see opportunity for our airport to become heavily involved in the whole thing around import-export, they have a great plan. They're buying aeroplanes, they're going to fly freight in, and they're going to take product from here out. And it would seem to have some wheels. I found out about it on a Saturday, and it happened on a Sunday, last Sunday just gone. And Councillor McDonald, I grabbed him, and I grabbed General Manager Summers to be with me for that early morning breakfast on Sunday morning with the people from Vietnam. And I think I had a feeling of there's potentially a really good purpose for our airport. And it could be the start of something fairly big in terms of flying product in that's made in Vietnam, and in fact the same plane flying back product from here. So that all looks a little better for me. Are there any questions? Councillor Von Hoff?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. One of your last points in your report about the Toowoomba Rugby League finals, you attended a press conference on the 16th of September. You and all of us were alerted to the traffic concerns in the community around the area, and I wondered if you could talk to us, if you have any information or ideas about how the traffic problems are being considered within council.
No, I don't know how they're being considered. Maybe that's a question for General Manager Mike Brady. I found that particular day it was very hard to get a park within walking distance of the Athletic Oval, because not only did we have the grand final, which is a massive event, but we had the Carnival of Flowers, and it was two things coming together at one time. That was look. I did notice that a lot of people were taxiing, busing, that kind of things to the Oval, and maybe at this point in time that may have to be the future, doing it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it's so sensitive in a residential area, and also with the school right next door.
Yep.
There's lots of factors in play there in the community.
And of course the East State School, I think probably the P&C there don't do too bad out of it. At any time there's a major event there, they make a fair bit of money. But what you say is true. It's the same issue, I guess, they have around the likes of Lang Park in Brisbane, where if you want to go to Lang Park to see something like that down there, you're better off to get a taxi or be a good walker.
The public transport. The public transport is the solution.
Which we don't have.
Which we don't have, that's right.
No, I take your point, and I think it's a point that in the future we'll have to consider. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It wasn't the 16th that we got the email about. It was the weekend of the Food and Wine Festival. And the interesting thing about it all is the Scouts had only a third full parking area, which cost $5 for the day. So there was plenty of parking down there. They just had to pay for it.
Okay. Councillor Megan.
Well, thanks, Mr Mayor. I just wondered with your report, I keep banging on about the AICD course, but one of the questions, and we sort of visited this and gone away from it a couple of times about having an in-camera session with you and the councillors, and I wondered, while I think the report should be tabled here, maybe we could just do it as, there's my report table it and take it as read. But that in-camera session, I guess, would be when we're asking you questions like this. And I'm just not sure why we've gone away from having those sessions. Maybe the CEO might want to comment there and what we're doing to moving back towards
The
that.
ones that were held some years ago, where we had councillors-only meetings, I didn't find them to be terribly successful, to be quite honest. I'd by and large leave those meetings and feeling a little, what the hell are we doing that, wasting that time for?
Yeah, well, Mr Mayor, it was just, seems to be sort of good board process that you would have meetings like that where you can have open discussion about things. I'm not sure how my colleagues feel about that and whether that would be something that they would like to entertain.
We'd have to make sure we had the model right, because some of the previous models were not, as far as I was concerned, were not terribly satisfactory.
I do totally agree with you, and if it were like that, I'm afraid I wouldn't be attending them. So, unless we can come up with something, I don't think they served any purpose at all.
Well, with respect, Councillor Taylor, through you, Mr Mayor, I'm not sure what you felt was the problem, but as I say, it's just kind of recommended as good process. I mean, is it because we weren't being respectful, or was it not? Were we not achieving anything? I just think other people might like to have some input into that as a process.
Councillor McDonald, you've got a comment, then Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, look, I think what we need to do is not confuse the two elements here. One was a councillor only catch up at a different time. This is what we're talking about as an in-camera session as part of an agenda, which I fully support. I do support an in-camera session as part of the agenda. It's not uncommon. It's done in most organisations when you have an agenda, and it would provide that opportunity at the conclusion of the meeting to have that discussion. But I think they're two separate things. From what you're talking about, in-camera session for the agenda, which I think is something that, I think is something that would be useful, because there's a number of things that crop up through the agenda that are sensitive in nature that you can actually discuss, and there's other things that are top of mind, pertinent to the time, that aren't on the agenda that you'd like to discuss. So I do think an in-camera session is worthwhile putting on the agenda for sure.
Councillor Summerfield.
Oh, I agree. Thanks for the clarification. I'd be happy to have both, but if we can get at least one, because we don't act as a team. We never come together as a group on our own. ELT meet weekly, and that builds their teamwork. That brings them together as a team. They resolve any problems they've got. They get to chew the fat on all sorts of items that they would like to discuss. We never, in this term, have come together as a team, and then we wonder why we're fragmented. I've said all along we should be having councillor meetings, whether that be at the end of our ordinary meetings, or whether it be that we set up our weekly councillor councillor-only meetings, so that we're meeting just as ELT are. They understand the importance of it. We don't have that, and we're lacking, and that's why I believe we don't work that well together as a team, because we're not having that leadership where we come together and have the opportunity to discuss things. So I really thank Councillor Meaghan for bringing it up.
Yeah, well, I have a different thought on that, based on experience. Councillor Carl.
I concur, and it's very obvious, but the two are entirely different. And item 17.2 on the agenda, in which we will be discussing confidential components of the Chief Executive Officer's report, we probably should have one for the Mayor to be able to discuss that in camera as well on sensitive issues. No different. I agree.
Yep. Any other comments? Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I've also been in favour of council-only meetings as well. I think I'm not sure I've only had experience in the last term, and there was some positives and some negatives out of it, but the main thing it does is it obviously just provides that opportunity where different things are raised and discussed, and obviously it just helps us to understand what's going on. So I'd be in favour of, I know they're two separate things that we're talking about here, but if they can both be investigated or looked at being introduced, I'd be in favour.
Okay. Any other comments? Anyone wishing to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor, was that you, Councillor Tim? Did you second that? Yep, okay. Okay, that's the receipt of the report. Those in favour? It's carried. We'll have some discussions and we'll see what we can come up with. We might have a meeting and we sit together and do that. But some of my experiences with the council's only meetings over a long period of time have not been pleasant. And you talk about division, there was far more division in those meetings, Councillor Summerfield, than some of the ones we're sitting around the table now.
If I could comment on that, given you referred that to me, that comment, Mayor, you and I have different ideas. Sure, there was unpleasantness, but it was up to whoever was chairing that meeting to call it into line, whoever it was, and I'm not pointing figures at anybody, but it's information sharing and coming together and discussing things, and we lack that currently. We feel, well, I can only speak on my own part, I feel like I'm often left out of the loop on so much information, and it's because we don't sit down and talk about it. When we had those councillor-only meetings, you would come in with a list and you would share all sorts of information with us about different things that you've been doing and discussing with various people, the things that residents have come to you with suggestions on and all that sort of thing. And I found that very helpful in my council role to understand the sort of things that are being raised with you in our community and through business and all that sort of thing. So I found it very beneficial. Sure, there were moments when it was like you wanted to get up and walk out, and I think I did one day. But that's up to the chair to control the manner of the meeting, and I think that it's very doable and it can achieve a lot. So I'd really appreciate consideration by all the councillors around the table to consider doing it.
Thank you. Okay, well, we'll have some discussion around that down the track a bit. I've attempted to bring as much as I can forward in these things here to give you the idea. I brought the meeting on Sunday forward because I thought it was enormous potential for this area, something that you're entitled to know, and so we'll have a discussion around this one day in the not too distant future. Brian will call a meeting. Do that. Okay, we'll move on to we've got that's been received, has it? Recommendation? Yes. Right, we'll move then to item 13. Wendy, you're right. Now, regarding the rescheduling of the ordinary meeting of council in October 2022. Brian, to you.
Many councillors will be at the LGAQ Queensland Conference, so we're just resetting a date so that the availability of councillors, so we can have a quorum. And I think it's just a suggested date there. If councillors agree, it's just move it.
Councillor Carl has moved. Councillor Carol Taylor has seconded that we change the date of and it's right there in front of you, is it? That's held on Tuesday the 25th of October 2022. Any comments? Any questions? Those in favour? It's carried without dissent. Right. We move to item 14. You're right, Wendy? Thank you. Matters for which notice has been given. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, potential tree planting scheme.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have proposed this motion because I think the latest example of what's happened with the trees out in Reese Road has been disturbing for everyone, and we sort of feel like our hands are tied. We can't really do too much. The general public doesn't understand the process, but we either wring our hands and say we can't really do anything. General Manager Summers talked about what we can possibly do in future in terms of changing our policy with the new planning scheme, but that's kind of only, to my mind, only one part of it, because to me, and I've got a little bit written out here, so if you'll indulge me, I hope you don't mind, this is about population growth, so not just about us here in this region, but worldwide. So in this region, we're expected to have another 55,000 people by 2050. So where are we going to house these people? I just read an interesting statistic the other day that we have consumed more resources in the last 50 years than the whole of humanity before us. So the impact of all these humans on the environment takes two major forms. One, consumption of resources such as land, food, water, air, fossil fuels and minerals. And two, waste products as a result of consumption such as air and water pollutants, toxic materials and greenhouse gases. So what are we going to do about that at a local level? One, we can limit the environmental damage in our planning scheme as discussed earlier, and that's got a whole lot of facets. And what limitations do we want to bring in there? But two, and this is what this is about, we give back, and that's what the A Million Tree Program's about. It's a global initiative to combat global warming and climate change aimed at increasing the urban forests through planting. So if we're serious, we need to know what our commitment to an urban tree canopy cover is. We need to know how we're going to create cooler and shadier neighbourhoods. So this scheme aims to address issues of biodiversity loss by encouraging sustainable land practices, the restoration of waterways and beautification of our region. So that's why I'm calling for the organisation to bring us a report on trying to join and how it's going to be resourced, joining something like a million tree scheme, because I just think it's imperative that we have to.
So I can assume that you're moving that motion?
Oh, yes, Mr Mayor.
And Councillor Von Hofer seconding that. Anyone wishing to go into debate?
Mayor, I just wanted
Just
to make
a comment.
comment, yeah. I support trees, of course, and there was the Queen's Green Canopy, which has been a Commonwealth thing from which there were subsidies available, and it's been extended, I think, by another 12 months, where I asked about it, but we're not part of it. And I guess my comment around this, trees are never wasted, but when you start to get down into small blocks of land, that's where you need the state government, and I keep harping on it, I don't care what colour they are, if they don't mandate that substantial, significant trees are part of a development design, you will not be able to plant large trees in vicinity of small blocks and narrow streets. It just doesn't work. So whilst I support it, it's not going to have the outcome that perhaps might be envisaged, unless it's planted in a greenfield area and then it's not knocked down. So you've got to be a bit pragmatic and realistic about this. If you've got a significant tree that's 100 plus years old and you want to retain it, then the state government has to have some sort of a mandate that it be part of the development. And it happens in South Australia, say it all the time, it happens in South Australia. And it adds a value to the development and it adds amenity to the development. But when you're planting in small blocks, narrow streets, you're not going to plant trees of a significant nature to give them room to grow so they provide a canopy. And I do know a little bit about horticulture. I do support it, but it's not going to be the panacea that we think it might be.
Councillor McMahon, and then Councillor Kyle, then Councillor Shine.
Chair, thanks. I suppose through you to Councillor Megan, thanks for bringing this forward. I suppose where I sit is we have a huge tree planting program with council. We have it written into our KPIs. We have around 5,000 a year, and given in 5 years, that leaves us about 975,000 short, if I'm doing this right. We've been told it's not the planting. We can get more trees and plant them, but it's the watering and the post-production, all of those things. I don't disagree with anything you said in your speech. I just feel like we're already doing that to the best of our potential. And I think it was day one around this table when I sat here and you get your portfolio and tree planting was in it, and I said 5,000, and Nick, can we double, triple, quadruple that? Is it just as easy as changing numbers? And we like to yell out these numbers and go, yeah, that's great. But the idea was we don't really have the potential as a council to do much more than our already rather ambitious KPIs. So increasing it by 975,000, I want to know, like, how on earth is this possible? And it's a question I genuinely am intrigued by the whole idea, but if you could help me out on that.
I could, Mr Mayor. I mean, that's what I'm asking for in the report, Councillor McMahon. And obviously, it is going to take resourcing, you know, but it's all about prioritisation, isn't it? You know, we either do nothing or we do something.
Okay, Councillor Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you to the CEO. Brian, as part of this report, and I would really value the information of how this proposal may complement our street tree master plan strategy, our greening infrastructure strategy or policy, and how we might think outside the box a little here, because Councillor Megan mentions it here around partnerships to deliver those million trees if we're going to have a resolve to do this, because we simply cannot do it in-house without council incurring the full brunt of those financial implications. Mind you, there will be with partnering, but oftentimes it's the actual implementation of where these things fall over. So if we look seriously at partnerships and partnership programs there are quite a number of organisations, no doubt, around our region and neighbouring regions also, that would more than ably be able to help us with the implementation phase if we move down through to that point. So that's some of the stuff I would be really interested in hearing, how it may complement. And are there any challenges around that, or some overlapping? So as you bring it back.
Thank you. Any comment, Brian?
Just, I think the intention of that recommendation, we would normally bring that information back to you as part of that. Part of most reports, there's always a background to that and previous council decisions and relevant considerations and issues and responses in relation to those. So we would find out what our current contribution is in relation to street trees, the cost of that, and then obviously capability and also the mechanisms for achieving what you would do here. I would envisage that besides having that background information and the previous decisions that council's made and the history to this point in following the pursuit of having a green canopy in the region, what other options may be available for council to consider. So it's a fairly comprehensive piece of work to pull that together, and it's going to take a bit of effort for the relevant officers to pull that together.
Yeah, and it's the mover's prerogative, but and seconders, but I'm not by any means abdicating that it comes back in the next month. And I'm considering, that's why I'm asking about those strategies and how it may complement or impact or overlap. But the other thought that occurs to me around partnership is the option for us to subsidise partner organisations in the delivery and implementation. It's similar to how we partner with Cobb & Co in offering subsidy for residents to enter Cobb & Co. There might be a host of options for us to look at, which will have a range of financial implications. And look, notwithstanding all of those things and being sensible about it, because we have to, whatever we do has to be sustainable. We can't have a flash in the pan and then it falls over like a pilot project. If we're going to go into it, let's look at it sustainably. But I do agree, we're talking about legacy stuff here for our children and grandchildren. And contrary to some comments that have been made, there are many things, levers that we can pull with the emergence of a totally new planning scheme, and council being clear and definitive about a policy position on things. And as far as planning and the planning scheme goes, right to this end phase of what Councillor Megan's suggesting around a street tree planting program to deal with population. So there's prevention on the front end and there's rehabilitation on the back end, and I don't think you can have one without the other. So I commend this to council.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Any comment, Brian, or you? Councillor Shine?
No, thanks, Mayor. Basically, the points that I wanted to raise have been addressed, particularly the aspect of cost, which is a huge jump from what we spend at the moment, obviously, and our capacity to do it from a workforce point of view would be something of interest. Will come out of the report that's been talked about. It would have to indicate where these trees are to be planted. You know, for example, in existing subdivisions or greenfield sites or forest or wooded areas or rural areas, what other councils are doing of a similar nature, if any, and with this aspects of partnership has been raised with other bodies or state governments, and particularly that planning scheme aspect that Councillor Bill has mentioned. Otherwise, we might end up planting trees on a area that subsequently are pulled down because of the lack of appropriate planning. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Any further comments? We've had it moved by Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sutherland, seconded by Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff. Anybody wishing to speak against it? Or Councillor Summerfield, you wish to make a comment?
I had a question earlier. Yeah, thank you. So I love the idea of this, and in a magical world, it would be quite achievable. I don't see how we can do that. We struggle with our do we ever meet our 5,000? We do, but we haven't in more recent times because it's drought, and we do all know there's another drought on the way. It's just a matter of when it starts. And it's keeping them watered until they're old enough to stand on their own 2 feet or their own trunk. So there's two aspects of it for me, and one is the ability to deliver, and let's face it, let's not set ourselves up for disappointment. And the other one is various parcels of land suitable for long-term planting. Where are we going to find the land to build 2 million trees, grow 1 million trees? I figure we're better off trying to preserve the trees that we've already got, and if the decision to come to this, the proposed motion, was to double the number of trees we plant moving forward, I'd say yay. But 1 million trees, that's like when I printed my book and they all turned up on my doorstep and I didn't realise how many there were going to be and what I was going to do with them all. That's a lot of trees. And what parcels of land? We've already got the developers on our backs saying that we haven't got enough land available to build houses, and we're all in houses, and we cannot forget that there are people that aren't. And so we've got to make sure that we do have houses for people. And I'm the first one to say, you know, the poor old grazier or farmer isn't allowed to cut down a tree without begging and getting permission, and yet we've got developers who can just bulldoze the whole jolly lot, as we saw out on Reese Road, instead of trying to preserve any of them, to build a house, not to grow something that's going to go on our plate so it can feed us. So there's a lot to work on here, and I just think 1 million trees is out of our reach for our region for many reasons. The land, the capacity to actually plant them, let alone keep them alive. I think we've got to be realistic. I would love to have seen this come in the form of, let's double the number of trees we plant per year. And let's do something with our planning scheme to stop the carnage that happened out at Highfields the other day and is going to continue to happen because there's approvals already in place for them. That's what I'd like to have seen come to us, something that was really within our grasp. So I just don't understand how we're going to do that, and where are we going to find these parcels of land to put them in. So that's my question.
Can I suggest that I think it would have to be all of community effort to increase it. I think to get the community awareness going is probably the first point. Finding the spots is another point. And of course, the complication of planting trees and the work that's involved in getting them going. But it's worth putting on the table. It's worth trying to find the methodology that would work of getting more trees planted. I don't know about 1 million. I think that's a bit of a big call, but maybe we could start by doubling the number of trees we've planted per year and then do it again the next year by engaging with the community holistically. Nothing wrong with it. It's a great idea.
Mayor, could I just do a follow-up on that, please? So the other concern I have is that this is going to take up officers' time. We've already been talking today about how we're so restricted in the number of staff. We've got the vacancies that are growing. This report, which I do not believe is achievable, will take up officers' time to develop that report up. They're going to have to find various lots of land. I'd be really concerned that we put forward a proposal to our staff to go and work on, which I reckon most of us around this table know isn't achievable, that we can't plant 1 million trees.
Councillor Von Hoff, you had your hand up before Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, so I'll let you go first.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. It's just to say, firstly, that Councillor Summerfield, I agree entirely with you about the point about the trees, the existing old beautiful trees that are removed, and how precious they are, and how our effort should absolutely also be on preserving them, so that we don't have, in your words, the carnage that we had out at Reese Road. But I don't see this as a binary option. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. We can do, it's not either or, it can be both and. And all those questions about the practicalities of it, we'll find out in the report. That's the idea of the motion, that a report will come to us. And I think, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, correct me if I'm wrong, but you intended to be audacious with this. You intended to shift the dial. So we have spoken, Councillor McMahon, you're right, in that first month or two, let's double or triple or quadruple the amount of trees. We're 2.5 years in and it hasn't happened. So that's why we have to be audacious and really push the envelope to see what comes back in the report. And, you know, there's a book, The Lorax. The Lorax speaks for the trees. And I just think, I think that is the will of this council. I really do think that that is the will of this council. So please don't think that it's either or, it's both and the community, I think, really has that expectation that we will also look at what we're doing with the development and the destruction of the old growth trees as well.
Thank you. Any other points anyone wishes to make? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks everyone for the discussion. I mean, it's an aspirational, well, it's not aspirational because it's happening in other places. And I sent you the example of Scenic Rim and how they set out to achieve it. It's working with community organisations, schools, other groups, land care groups, perhaps providing the seedlings to them. It's happening in Sydney. Brisbane's got a really great, ambitious target as well. So let's look at it. Let's look at how it's done. I'd like perhaps a comment from the General Manager because, Stuart, I think it would probably fall in your department to prepare the report.
I'm not sure. Thank you, Councillor, for referring that to me. I'm not sure it will fall into my bailiwick, but it could. I'm certainly happy to be involved, and I would be more than pleased to provide advice and assistance in regard to whomever it is who has the responsibility. But that's something that we can certainly discuss with the CEO at some stage if Council deems this resolution worthy of going through. So, but I would have thought that it's something that would probably be prepared by a properly qualified and experienced consultant to assist Council in regard to such a plan as this. and it's certainly not unique. There are many, many local governments and state governments around this land that have launched themselves into a 20 million tree plan, into a 5 million tree plan, and lots have picked up that 1 million tree plan. So it's audacious, but it's also not uncommon.
Councillor Carl, you have a point to make, and then Councillor Melissa Taylor.
And just a question, if I may, Chair, through to the CEO. Brian, this would be not indifferent to any other report where there's a motion put, but that it doesn't set us aside from fearless and frank advice from the officers as professionals. If we've got some concerns about capacity and how that'll be delivered and all those elements will be in the report, and at the end of the day the officer makes a recommendation that we could aspire to achieve this, or we can do this amount within the confines of our and the context of our situation. You know, we heard about risk mitigation and risk management around disasters and the onset of continuing wet weather. So this would be no different. Do you feel locked in any way to this? Because I would have thought that a professional officer, as suggested, whether it's delivered by a consultant because of resourcing issues or it's delivered by the appropriate section in council, it'll always come with the best practice recommendation and can't we, this is our advice.
That's quite correct. Either way, I would envisage they'll develop some options for that. But the first report might be about how do we actually resource this for this to happen. That may be what happens, and it may be something council may need to consider at the next budget review or something. I don't know. I don't want to preempt any of that. We may have capacity to deliver some of this, but that's a discussion we'd need to have. But council has, if council makes that decision, they've said that's what they wish to happen. And for that to happen, it might be a two-step process where we say, well, to make that happen, we need to do this, or it might be we have the capacity to come back and say, here's the options now, and you might be able to consider that. That may not finish at that point either. Council may ask for some further clarification in relation to any of the options that are put up in relation to that. I mean, there's a bit of groupthink here, I think, about what could be the best option for this community and this organisation and how we deliver that. There's many options in how you could put this together, and our officers may jag the right response that resonates with the majority of the council, or they may not. But that will unfold as we progress.
Just to follow up, Chair, if I may, I suspect, Brian, that this will, because of the amount of work involved with this will dovetail in with our discussions early in the new year, just after Christmas, around the environmental package we're talking about with the planning scheme, and be a part of a suite of options or ways forward for council anyway, because of the size of or the quantum of work needed to be covered off on this. And that will be a very timely discussion, given some changing in legislation and requirements on local government from the state, and of course a new planning scheme. So I suspect it probably will mesh in with those discussions. Yep.
One of the responses may well be incorporated within the plan, but there's many other different within the town plan review, planning scheme review. But there are many other ways. You know, volunteers, in-house. There's a whole range of ways that you could try to achieve that outcome. Providing incentives. There's a whole range of things that come to mind immediately, but those things I think will come through eventually when council gets an opportunity to review the options.
Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor O'Hara Sullivan, for bringing this to the table. I am one for a BHAG, a big, hairy, audacious goal. I've used those many times over the years. One of my mentors actually taught me that. I do support the essence of this. I truly do. My only concern is the resourcing of it. A gentleman only earlier today said the Romans built roads 2,000 years ago because they realised that without roads we didn't have operations. And I just know that we are so tight on resources, and our roads and other infrastructure really needs priority at the moment. So I'm actually betwixt with this because we keep saying in every meeting we don't have enough resources. So I'm actually very betwixt. I'm happy for a report to come to council, but whether it's 1 million trees or whether we double the tree allocation that we have at the moment, possibly that's the better way to go. But I'm open to a report, but I really am concerned about our ability to resource something. And as I said, I'm all for an audacious goal, but I also don't want to set us up for failure either.
Any other,
Let's find out.
anyone else wishing to make a comment? If you calculate that out over 5 years, we're going to have to 44 times the number of trees per year we'd have to plant that we're doing now. And I quoted a figure of, 4,300 the other day out at Highfields, I think, plants that we planted, but I don't think we're planting quite that many trees. Is that right, Nick? A few thousand trees a year?
It's about 3,000 or 4,000.
Yeah, I think the concept of this is great, you know, and no one would argue. The capability of this organisation without tremendous help from elsewhere of planting 1 million trees 5 years would be tough. But I'm not saying it's not right. I'm just simply saying that we've got to put something on the table that we can in fact achieve. Now, who was next? Someone else want to have a chat? Sure. Going to a vote? Debate. Righto, we have the mover. If you wish to go into a debate, you've had a fair bit to say. If you wish to add a little bit to it in context.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think everyone agrees. Well, I shouldn't say that. I know that's not right. I think the sentiment around the room is we hate seeing the loss of biodiversity and the trees. And there's that old saying, not the BHAG, but we don't know what we don't know. We don't know how to do it. We don't know how we're going to resource it. We don't know where the land's going to be. But we're probably not going to be able to do it in-house, but we need to find out how we're going to do it in conjunction with the community. And I think we need to find out how we're going to do it, because we know that we're getting all these more and more people coming to the region. Where are we going to house them? We still need housing, and it still goes to that discussion with our growth plan about new communities or communities of convenience, and are we going to spread out or are we going to consolidate where we are? So it's all tied into that, and along with the what we can do to restrict some of our significant trees on blocks. We're not talking about planting hundreds of trees on smaller inner city urban blocks. We're identifying those parcels of land. So I think we just need to find out and have a dream.
Okay, anyone wishing to make an alternate comment? Councillor Nancy Summerfield?
Oh, Tim had his up first.
Okay.
Very nice of you.
Righto, Tim.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Nancy. Look, Councillor Megan, I agree with actually everything you said, but of course we need to look at them, but then we've got this motion on the table which asks us to go operationally from 5,000 to 200,000 trees a year. Of course we want to, I think there's audacious, then there's actually realistic, and I just feel like we can throw out these huge numbers that look great on a front page in the community, 1 million trees, and then one of our officers has got to sit there and write a report on how this happens, knowing full well that it is very hard for us as a council to achieve. If it was, can we look at changing our KPIs to double, triple in strength? Of course I'd go for that report, but I just feel like throwing these things out and then saying, yeah, let's just look at the report. I mean, the amount of times it's been a cost issue to get a report to this council, and then we want to bring a report forward on something that from the outset looks to me to be unachievable. Now, I want that to be premised with the fact that we are doing some very good work in this space. We have whole teams of people who are trained in this area, and it's their job to plant trees for council. We're doing some great things. Let's not forget that. We all want to plant trees, and we're having a decent crack at it. You go west of the city, and we're a semi-arid kind of environment. We're not the lush rainforest that Scenic Rim boasts, and planting a tree here might be a bit harder than 100 k's east. But I think there's tree planting, and then there's unachievable targets. And I say that with caution because we all love planting trees, but I just really don't see the point in this. Can we look at our KPIs and get them changed significantly? But I find this idea of just saying, yeah, $1 million, how can we make it happen? It is a bit of a task for our officers. So with respect, and I acknowledge what you've done, I do have to speak against this. Thank you.
Speaker 4, Councillor Von Hoff, the seconder.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. I guess reading the report here, achievability is in the eye of the beholder or the political will of the council. It is achievable. It's happening just down the way from us at Scenic Rim. The report, I absolutely understand the constraints and the concerns that councillors have. But those will all be fleshed out in the report that comes to us, and there isn't a suggestion that this falls entirely on council's shoulders. This would be a community effort, and how fantastic for Toowoomba region, in keeping with us as the Garden City, that we would be one of those other council areas that as a community we all band together and we plant 1 million trees over 5 years.
Speaker against, Councillor Summerfield.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Look, as I hinted before, I really want to vote for things that are achievable for 2 reasons. One, I want to vote authentically, and 2, I don't want to put pressure on staff to deliver something that I don't believe is deliverable. We get the quote about Scenic Rim doing it. Well, what are they doing it? Are they achieving their 200,000 trees per year? Are they actually delivering on what they have signed up for? You know, it's all very well to say that someone signed up for it, Brisbane City signed up for it, but are they actually achieving it? Because why vote for something if we know that we can't actually deliver it? Because that impacts the organisation, and importantly, it impacts the budget. If you think about how much money we need to spend on roads in our region, and I can see this swallowing that up. I would much rather we'd vote for something achievable today, and that would be that we could double the number of trees, street trees we plant or whatever. If it's the street trees, it means we're not having to find additional land, and I still don't know where this magical land is going to come from. It means that we can actually vote for something that I believe we could deliver with a bit of additional capacity, and General Manager Nick might tell me it's a whole lot more additional capacity and additional budget. But I just think we've got to be a bit sensible about this, because we do have a lot of competing things. And, you know, you talk about we were talking about the prioritisation framework before. Well, this would have to go through that as well. And would it make it out the other end? For me right now, my main focus for this council, apart from delivering against our budget, is to get our roads right, because for many ratepayers, the roads are the only thing they get. And we say that often in this room, but we need to walk this talk. So I do not support it because I believe it's unrealistic. As I said, I would love Councillor Megan to have come in and said that we need to double, triple or quadruple the number of street trees that we currently plant, and that is achievable, but this isn't. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Speaker for the motion, Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Listening to the comments, this is why I raised made the comments about partnerships right from the very beginning, because we won't deliver it by ourselves. We won't even go close to it because of our constraints. However, in partnering, when I say partnering, I'm talking about the procurement and design phase of this as a potential delivery, and that could be contracted out as well. I'm talking about the implementation phase where there's arms and legs on the ground planting these trees across a broad range of groups, or it could be entirely contracted out by a third-party entity to council to actually deliver the program. They're the things that we don't know what we don't know. Unfortunately, boardrooms have a tendency to fall into the analyse phase, analyse rather than explore. And we get paralysed by trying to analyse, and we don't know what we don't know. So sometimes we've got to actually explore. And thank you, Councillor Nancy, for mentioning the prioritisation framework, because I didn't raise this, I didn't suggest my support for this outside of the normal process that any other initiative or project would go through, because that's prudent for this boardroom to do. So please, let's be brave enough to explore and not just analyse. That's a really important component for a boardroom. And it's not the way we always do things. There's different ways to actually look at delivering, implementing, initiating a whole range of things.
Speaker against, Councillor Carol Taylor.
Well, I hate to speak against planting trees. I actually love trees, and out at our place we planted about 1,400 in 10 years. But we're talking about 1 million trees here. 1 million trees, realistically, how will they get them planted? How will they keep them alive? In 5 years' time, we're likely to have a drought. I'm not a dream squasher, but where are we going to find the land? Number one, where are we going to find the resources? If you plant the water, each person in our region would have to adopt 6.25 trees. Look, political will, and I'm surprised at you, Councillor Carl, you're always talking about things being prioritised and everything else. This is going to, I'm not against a report, but as long as people understand, it's going to, money's got to come from somewhere, resources have got to come from somewhere. Even if we partner with the community, we've got less than 200,000 residents here. So at the end of the day, we're talking about 1 million trees in 5 years. You know, I mean, just because you want it doesn't mean it's going to happen. And it's true. We need to prioritise what we need to do. We've had 4 disaster events. We haven't been putting enough money into our roads. We've got roads underneath the ground that are over 30 years old. Yes, we need trees, but we keep knocking them down and they're 100 years old, and this is going to take, we won't see them come to fruition in our lifetime. If we had 1 million trees in, say, 10, 20 years, or that's the goal, but to say we're going to have 1 million trees in 5 years, that's just not possible. It just isn't realistic. It's not possible. Why set ourselves up to fail? And it doesn't matter who we partner with. Why not make incremental increases that are achievable? Look, we've had wet, we've got La Nina for the third year in 3 years, but have to say by the time 5 years come, there's going to be a drought. So what are we going to do? Put our resources in, plant the trees somewhere, and then just go and watch them die? I mean, we're better off to plant what we can afford to plant, what people can really make sure they can keep alive, rather than just make ourselves feel good by going and planting trees that are doomed. I just can't see the point. 1 million trees, a lot of trees. We've got less, you know, say in 5 years' time we've got 200,000 people here, which may or may not happen. We're talking about 1 million trees, 1 million trees. And we're not even talking about planting them. We're talking about, well, we aren't talking about keeping them alive. We've got to water them. They've got to be weeded. They've got to be staked. They've got to be all of these things. You know, dreams are great, but let's talk about something that's realistic.
Speaker for the motion.
Could I move an amendment, Mr Mayor, if that's possible?
Yes, you may move an amendment.
I'll hear the amendment and see if that resonates with any. That council, through budget considerations, you can't say consider twice, that council consider, through budget consideration, the potential tree planting schemes that may be suitable. So I'm not changing the intent, but I am changing the process. Because I think that's a concern for many in the room, is that it's very much an unknown. Even to get to this point of coming back to council with information is a bit of an issue. So it's really just that council consider through budget considerations the potential tree planting schemes that may be suitable. The rest of it's the same as what's there.
So you
And hopefully that covers off a little bit on what's been. So it's not saying that through the budgetary process, yeah. Consider through the budgetary process, perhaps. Or the budget just change considerations process instead of consideration process.
And you still leave the 1 million trees in there?
Well, it would change the intent. It wouldn't be an amendment if I didn't leave the rest of it in there. So it's an amendment that it goes through the budget process, which is the prioritisation, and the rest of it stays the same. That's not saying, that's just saying suitable for implementation of at least. It's not saying that that is the outcome. It's just saying that the potential of doing something like that. So there's a bit of work to be done before you agree with what the final outcome is.
You have a question, Councillor Von Hoff?
I do, thanks. Through you, Chair, to the CEO. A question about whether or not it's your opinion if the amendment changes the intent of the original motion. I would argue that it does change the intent of the original motion, because the intent of the original motion is for the prioritisation of 1 million trees to be considered and reported back to council. The amendment moves the budget considerations above the intent of the original motion.
Mr. CEO, I'll let you answer that one.
I think it's probably in the council's hands, but probably on first view, it does probably change the intention of that, unless everyone wanted to agree to it. But otherwise, you'd have to do it through a foreshadowed, probably.
So it in fact changes the intent?
If that's the view, that's fine, and I'll foreshadow that motion if this first one's lost.
Okay, thank you. Right, now, we need a speaker for. Hasn't spoken. Speaker, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, you'd like to
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
come up, please?
I think we are getting lost in the scheme itself rather than the idea of a report, examining all of those options. I tell you what the organisation can't afford to do is double the amount of tree planting and maintaining that we have now. This is a completely different thing. This is the community, other people out there working in conjunction with them. So I would urge councillors to consider the report. I think the CEO has said we will be able to deliver that report either in-house or through outsourcing it. So that's step one. Then we go from there. Let's not overcomplicate it by deciding, no, we can't do it. It's overly ambitious. Let's see how we can do it.
Okay, your vision for 1 million trees in 5 years?
Yeah, well, maybe. I just want the report, Mayor. And then we can see whether we can do it.
You've summed up. I guess that we're at the stage now where we'll go to a vote. And if you can just, I'll read the resolution out to you, that Council requests the Chief Executive Officer to bring forward a report on the potential tree planting schemes that may be suitable implementing over the next 5 years, aimed at establishing at least an additional 1 million trees on various parcels of land suitable for long-term planting. The preparation of such a scheme would possibly involve a review of the process involved in both planting and maintenance regimes required to support such a scheme. That is the motion. Those in favour? Those against? The motion's lost. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm happy to move the second or the foreshadowed motion. so it can become the motion.
Is there a second for that motion? Councillor Shine.
Happy to talk to it if need be, Mayor.
Establishing at least 1 million trees.
Mayor, it needs to be read in its totality. So the words, and I agree with Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, the words of the process, the potential planting schemes. So this would be one planting scheme that's been put forward, and the potential would be others that could come through. But that's why it's important that the budget process is considered. If we think about, and I don't want to delve too deeply into the million trees in 5 years, but if we think about that just through numbers, we've got around about 67,000 residential properties, plus commercial properties. So if you work that through into a million, it's about 15 trees over the 5 years, which is 3 trees a year. And we do a planting distribution through our networks where people can actually get trees. So I don't think it's something that should be shelved completely, but what I am saying is that it should be considered amongst other things and put into that budget process, which is exactly what this motion says.
I just wonder, Councillor McDonald, it's just by way of a question, do you think you ought to, in some way, put something in there regarding community partnerships?
Mayor, I think that's to the core of what this whole motion is about, to be fair. And you know, I think let's not put too much emphasis into how it looks like at this stage as to what it might come back as. But just that sheer example of numbers of residential properties, to consider that's an extra 3 per year per property, it's not unrealistic. And you look at commercial enterprises, Councillor Carroll mentioned her property alone with 1,400 trees, you know, over the period. So it's actually not unrealistic, but it's how it's done as a community pulling together. So, but I'm very conscious of the what we've got in front of us, and councillors are acutely aware of that as well, which is why those words are added at the start.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you, Chair. In considering this, you're saying through the budget process, well, it still has to have a report done so it can go through the budget process. So you're really just adding to what the original motion was and not changing. I don't believe you're changing anything, because the original motion, which Councillor Megan put forward, that process would include going through the budget process as well. So I just don't see that you're changing anything. If anything, what you've done since you've put your motion forward is you've added additional thoughts that you had around the private sector planting their trees, which probably should have been raised in the previous motion, I would have thought. But anyway, I don't feel you've changed the motion, changed the outcome of the motion at all, because a report will have to be done by officers, which includes costings, so that it can actually go through the budget process.
Right, do you wish to go into debate, Councillor McDonald, and say something in the first instance, and we...
Well, you're probably just about into debate now, I'd suggest. So if you're happy to go with people for or against, that's fine. But look, my first approach was to amend the motion. It was decided then that it wasn't, which is where we're at this point, which is why I spoke to the motion.
Councillor Carl, you had some comments before you had your hand up.
Yeah, if I'm permitted to, are we going to go to debate, or just some thoughts about delivery?
Well, I'm happy that you make a comment at this point in time.
Okay. You know, in the vein of exploring, rather than us analysing with what we know at this point, you know, there is an option for community groups and organisations to actually, with education programs into schools and that, where parents and friends and organisations and groups might actually choose to purchase 1 or 2 or 3 trees and plant them in their yard, or plant them in a reserve in a community as part of a community organisation, or a day or an event. So when you start to multiply that out over numbers of people in the community. It's not unrealistic. And then that's for us to explore about how that might be subsidised, how we might actually approach our local members at state around how there's might be opportunities for rehabilitation of our corridors. And I can think of some absolutely amazing corridors, and we also actually get benefits, added benefits to water treatment before it actually hits the dam in some of those corridors. So there's a whole raft of benefits, and how that might be put through the community as being, well, let's contribute positively to a Million Tree program. It may not be, I'm not fixed on that, but I am fixed on exploring rather than us analysing from this point looking forward, because we don't know what we don't know.
Thank you. Councillor Melissa?
Thanks, Mayor. Probably more of a comment than anything. We talk about community groups and getting the community involved. Well, there already is a day called National Tree Planting Day, and I have attended quite a few, and there's not 170,000 residents turning up to plant 3 trees a year. So, you know, I'm all for involving the community, but there's a community tree planting day already that is already resourced, and there's not many community members that turn up to plant trees.
Absolutely. That's the experience I had out at Sunset Drive the other day. There were very, very few people there. Plenty of trees to plant and a great effort by our community, but the ongoing work to make sure those trees grow. Yeah, that's, you know, look, I'm not against it. I think trees, but right. Now, anyone else wishing to make a comment? I'll assume that you were talking for it then. Bill was, yeah, I don't know where you were, Bill, but anyhow. Councillor Carroll, did you?
Well, I don't know if it's appropriate. I just make a comment. I don't know why we're committing to 1 million in 5 years. It's why don't we just make a aspirational goal of 1 million trees, and you know, just try to do that and tick it as best we can. I mean, to say it, we're setting ourselves up to fail. I've planted a lot of trees in my life. It's not planting them. You can go out and plant them and make a big effort. It's keeping them alive. Other than that, you've just wasted all the time you've put into it.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to make any comments before we take a vote? If not, do you wish to sum up, Councillor McDonald? No. Okay. Before you, you have the motion moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Kerry-Shine, that Council consider through the budget process the potential tree planting schemes that may be suitable for implementation over the next 5 years, aimed at establishing at least an additional 1 million trees on various parcels of land suitable for long-term planting. Preparation of such a scheme will probably involve a review of the process involved in both planning, planting, maintenance regimes required to support such a scheme. Those in favour? Those against? Well, I go again. Those in favour? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The motion is carried. Right, councillors, when Wendy's... Those who voted in favour, Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Carl, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, yep, Councillor O'Shea, Councillor Shine, Councillor McDonald, and the balance voted in the negative. Right, do you want a short break? Right, 5 minutes, and I'll be ringing the bell. Motion. Oh. Yep, move to adjourn. Yes. Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, those in favour? Yep, you're out. We are a few minutes late on the promise of 5, but we'll move to item 15, which is any other business council determines by resolution to be included in the agenda paper. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. And this is, so firstly I need to, that in accordance with best practice, standing orders for local government and standing committee, thank you Wendy for putting this up on screen, permission be granted at this meeting correspondence to the King, extending our condolences and invitation to our region. That's the, and this is, councillors, come through the course of conversation this morning in regard to the item that the Mayor brought forward. Just considering this through the day, and I can talk to it if I get that through for the first element, and I don't have to do anything more except get agreement to bring that forward, do I?
No. I think.
First motion is.
Were you trying to second it, Councillor Von Hoff? Well, Councillor McDonald has moved. I saw your hand go up first, so I'm not sure anyone will mind about that. Anyone wishing to make a comment? Anyone wishing to go on a debate?
Mayor, are we voting on
Just bringing this
agreeing
forward.
to bringing it forward? Is that what we're voting on?
Yeah, we're voting on agreeing to bring it. It's a procedural motion.
I'm in
Anything
favour.
that's, right. Those in favour of bringing it forward? Councillor McDonald, over to you.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Wendy, very much indeed. So the motion is that, let's go a bit higher, thank you, that the Mayor, Councillor Paul Antonio, write to His Majesty the King, King Charles III, on behalf of our community, firstly extending condolences on the death of Queen Elizabeth II, and secondly extending an invitation for the King and the Queen Consort to visit our region. And the reasons for the motion are up on the screen there. Given the discussions earlier about a suitable memorial for the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, it would also be appropriate to formally extend our condolences and invitation for His Royal Highness King Charles III and the Queen Consort to visit our region. Toowoomba Family History Library has recorded royal visits from 1868, which was then His Royal Highness Prince Alfred, the Duke of Edinburgh, on the 26th and 27th of February, 1868. Now, I don't know what that is there. That doesn't need to be in there that well, it's in there twice. To the 20th of March 2011, His Royal Highness Prince William, and noting that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and the Duke of Edinburgh visited on 11th of March 1954, of which you've spoken about in the past, Mayor. So that's the motion. Sorry.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, you have
Thank
a
you, Mr
comment?
Mayor. I'm happy to second that, but would you consider, they have already discussed and it's been almost announced, not a date, that Prince William, the Prince and Princess of Wales will already be coming within the next short little while. So I would think that we probably shouldn't just stipulate. I think it'll be quite a while before King Charles will be able to leave, and maybe himself and the Queen Consort, or the Prince and Princess of Wales, because it has already been announced that they are coming.
Terrific. Well,
And I'll be
more
happy
than
to
happy
second
for that
that
to be
then.
included in the motion.
To put that
more,
in?
more than happy. Yeah, great idea.
For a second of cap. Yep.
Great idea.
Councillor Summerfield?
Sorry, Mayor. I was just thinking, why not separate letters to both the Prince and Princess and the King? Because they'd be dealt with in different castles even, let alone
It's in your
departments.
hands.
I suggest that if the King can't come, he'll delegate the heir to come.
would be the
So he wouldn't decide by himself. It'd come from the King.
So with those added on the tail and the Prince and Princess of Wales to visit our region, I'm happy with that. That's fine.
Second to happy? Yes. Anyone wishing to go on a debate?
Just a question.
Councillor Shines. Talk to him, Jeffrey.
Just two things. I think it should be changed to His Majesty King Charles. And I just there was a item raised on the media in the last 24 hours as to whether or not he should be referred to as King Charles IV, because if you have Scottish heritage, you regard the former body Prince Charles as the third. but perhaps we shouldn't be too concerned about that here.
I think you're digging a bit deep, councillor Shine. We have a motion, it's moved, it's seconded. Anyone wishing to debate? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Carried without dissent. Any other business arising? Anyone wish to have anything included in the agenda? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Wendy, for those words. So, councillors, that in accordance with best practice, standing orders for local government and standing committee meetings, permission be granted to consider at this meeting an information session regarding the investigation of biodiversity credits in the carbon offsets market.
Moved by Councillor Von Hoff. Is there a seconder? Councillor Melissa Taylor. Councillor Von Hoff, to you.
Yeah, thank you. So the actual motion then, Mayor, is that prior to March 2023, a councillors' information session be held relating to the investigation of biodiversity credits in the carbon offsets market as funding opportunities for council, including but not limited to the Bridge Street Quarry project, potential tree planting schemes and council's road assets. And the reason for the motion is that, councillors, we've just had very passionate conversation about how we are going to find the funding to improve the roadworks that we're doing. And it's not just roads, it's across all of council. And the only way that we can do what we'd like to do is, in the instance of roads, is we say to parks, libraries, sewerage, water, every other part of council, we're going to have to take from your current budget to put into roads. I think it's worthy of an investigation. This is it's not even an emerging market anymore. It's an established market that is undergoing significant change. But the biodiversity and carbon credit market is an opportunity that this council hasn't fully considered. There is work, Councillor, that's the second time today, Mr. Brady, you've been referred to as Councillor. General Manager Brady in ISG, this is work that they're already doing in ISG to have those preliminary conversations about are there opportunities with materials that are used in the road construction that could be a source of offsets. It could also be a way that we can fund partially the Quarry Gardens project, because we would be taking a disused quarry and potentially turning it into a verdant, delightful place of biodiversity. And we've just agreed to the investigation of potential tree planting schemes. Now, if that's something that we're going to consider and go down that path, then it'll be madness for us not to investigate the return to council, the potential financial return to council. This is another funding stream. We don't have all that many. Basically all we really can do is increased rates or go to federal and state governments for funding. And this is an opportunity for us to consider another income stream for council. So I think it's worthy of consideration. In terms of the timing, that was done in consultation with the General Manager for Finance and Business Strategy as well as ISG. It's only an information session. They're pumped at the moment, but the thinking was by March 2023, the staff would have had the opportunity to pull together the information they need for a session for councillors.
Seconded by Councillor McDonald. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry about that. Very early in the piece, he whispered at me. You happy? Yeah, right. That's the message I got quite early. Now, anyone wishing to speak against this? If not, I think we'll won't bother with any further discussion. I think those
just as the seconder, I'm happy to talk to it briefly because it's a conversation we've actually had in finance, probably close on 9 months ago, actually, when all this bubbled over, and it's not something that's unique to all local governments when you consider, the amount of parkland and what have you that we have. So I know there's been a fair chunk of work already being done, but it's a bit more complex than what I first thought, put it that way. So there's a bit of work being done, which is good.
And just quickly to add to Councillor McDonald's comments, the market, while it's been in existence for several years, is undergoing significant change at the moment. So I think while we might, the timing for this council might actually work out really well, because we will come to it at the time when it's settled and the lessons have been learned.
I think there's been a number of attempts to get this sort of support in other areas in the past, and it hasn't been easy to do that. I know I've experienced some of that myself. Any other comments around the room? Councillor Carl.
Yeah, just aware of, I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but ENGES, council has been measuring, or I don't know whether we still are, Brian, but we're measuring our carbon footprint, which gives us a quantifiable amount, and then when we look at this offset sector, we have a very valid argument around how we might turn this into a revenue stream. And as additionally, in support of Councillor Rebecca, her comments around how if we're embarking on tree planting and other initiatives around corridors and a whole host of things, and perfect timing for a planning scheme and environmental discussion around that as well.
Thank you. As I said before, I've had a little bit of experience in some of these areas, and it hasn't been simple. I hope it gets better, because it will encourage better energy use and a whole lot of things. All right, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried without dissent. Anybody else wishing to bring anything further in regard to any business that we can undertake by resolution of council? Okay. Someone like to move that we close the meeting to the public, please? Councillor Summerfield, Councillor McMahon, those in favour?